Just now, I topped the entire server leaderboard, but the next moment I chose to delete my account and switch to a life skill blacksmith profession. My school belle girlfriend immediately broke up with me in anger, and I didn't even have time to explain before the game merged with reality. So I immediately abandoned those who mocked me, planning to rush into dungeons to level up first. As a reborn individual, I knew that to avoid repeating the mistakes of my previous life, I had to awaken a special talent. And I happened to know that the first person to become a blacksmith could awaken the special talent of infinite attributes. I stood on the high platform, and a hammer-shaped radiance suddenly bloomed, accompanied by a faint, crisp, and pleasant clanging sound in my ears.
Put. What's wrong? Did you wet your pants?
No, this is the first time I've heard of someone's awakened main profession being a blacksmith. Ha! That's true, blacksmithing is a life skill that anyone can learn as a profession. He's destined to only smith within the safe zone from now on. The class monitor of Class 4 awakened as a blacksmith. The entire Class 4 is mortified, lol. Below the platform, a group of young men and women gathered, chattering amongst themselves, their faces full of playful smiles. The world was digitized, and the game invaded reality. Everyone could awaken their profession and then embark on a path of monster hunting and dungeon raiding, ascending step by step. And many people wouldn't even bother to learn life skill professions like blacksmithing or farming. Yet, I seemed oblivious to all this, casually stretching on the high platform. Under the teacher's regretful gaze, I unhurriedly walked down the high platform and returned to the front of Class 4's line. My classmate Lu Ruoyan avoided me, backing away a few steps, her eyes narrowed, letting out a disdainful tsk. How can you still have the nerve to stroll back slowly? She looked at me, her beautifully made-up face furrowed in a frown. I gave Lu Ruoyan a strange look. Normally, because I was the class monitor and had early access to information about this world from the teacher, Lu Ruoyan never hesitated to curry favor with me. Many times she would deliberately dress provocatively to get close and please me, and she had repeatedly tried to become my girlfriend. Now, however, her true nature was completely exposed. Indeed, snobbery is widespread, which is the reality. Tsk, he's destined to only be a blacksmith, and he still thinks he's the class monitor? As if she understood the meaning in my eyes, Lu Ruoyan first grew annoyed, then triumphantly said, Lin Chi, do you know that I awakened as a summoner? Even a random goblin I summon could be a blacksmith. Summoners, among the common professions, are quite powerful, ranking 13th on the professional heavenly leaderboard. Classmate Lin Chi, don't be discouraged. I've heard that there have been a few awakened individuals whose main profession was blacksmith. Some of them became god-tier blacksmiths, capable of shattering all techniques with one hammer. At this moment, a soft, pleasant voice came, comforting me. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruoyan's face immediately darkened slightly as she glanced at the approaching girl. Shin Bailu had always been the most dazzling presence in class, secretly admired by many boys. No matter how much Lu Ruoyan dressed up, Shin Bailu would always effortlessly outshine her. Shin Bailu's beautiful eyes fixed on me. She said, if you're willing, I can have my family help you find a suitable job and slowly nurture your development. Her actions instantly drew the attention of many people around us, making them envious of me. Why him, of all people? Just because I'm handsome? They might look down on the blacksmith profession, and even if they got a job, they'd only ever be logistics personnel nurtured by big families. But to be publicly invited by Shin Bailu, who wouldn't want that kind of treatment? Nurture him for what? I could go learn a blacksmith sub-profession right now. I've seen people whose main profession is blacksmith, but even at high levels, they only have one or two pitiful self-defense skills. Plus, it's not like there aren't those who've risen to divine blacksmith status through a sub-profession. Even if he piles up materials, will his success rate be usable? Unless the hammer he wields is the Haotian hammer. Could Shin Bailu have a crush on him? Or perhaps he's got some dirt on her. Oh no, that can't be it. Jealousy twists faces beyond recognition. Shin Bailu, however, paid no mind to others. She simply met my gaze, calmly waiting for an answer. No, thank you. I refused decisively. I also somewhat understood that Shin Bailu's background was quite extraordinary. High-level awakened individuals escorted her to and from school. Yet, she somehow grasped that a blacksmith, as a main profession, could be very useful if developed. But I wasn't concerned with any of these things about blacksmithing. Shinbailu sighed, about to say something more. Next awakened individual, Shinbailu. The voice from the high platform rang out. Shinbailu had no choice but to step onto the stage for her awakening. I ignored the reactions of others around me and self-sufficiently opened my post-awakening panel. Lin Chi. Profession, blacksmith. Level, 0. Health, 100-100. Mana, 100-100. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Constitution, 10. My basic attribute panel, no matter how I looked at it, was quite ordinary. A blacksmith, indeed, was not suitable for combat at this moment, and pitifully weak. But I secretly smiled, but I have a cheat. Below the panel, there was clearly a small, exceptionally prominent sub-panel. Special talent, infinite affix ES. Each time you level up, you can randomly acquire an affix bonus for a permanent enhancement. Affix quality rotates and can be stacked infinitely. As a transmigrator, I was all too familiar with the abilities brought by affix ES. Undoubtedly, every affix I gained from now on would bring a considerable boost to my abilities. What I needed to do most now was to immediately level up and acquire affix ES. Whoosh! At that moment, on the high platform, a brilliant radiance suddenly shone forth, covered with runes. Immediately afterward, a voice tinged with excitement sounded. Shinbailu, awakened hidden profession, arcane mage. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone in the audience was in an uproar. An arcane mage, a profession that ranks third on the global professional leaderboard. She could probably join a top guild directly, couldn't she? Is this what genius looks like? She'll probably come out on top in the guild selection a month from now. At this, even Lu Ruoyan's face flushed red, clenching her fists, unable to speak. On the other hand, some people around me looked at me with increasing mockery. I just rejected Shinbailu, now I must be regretting it bitterly, right? My awakened profession is a mess, and I even wasted my only chance. As for the guild selection in a month, which guild would be willing to recruit and train a blacksmith as a main profession? However, just as everyone watched, Shinbailu had already walked back, unexpectedly coming before me again. Sorry, I didn't finish speaking earlier. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. A blacksmith main profession only truly gains combat effectiveness upon becoming a god-tier blacksmith. Before that, it requires consuming a massive amount of forging materials. I still hope you can reconsider. As his voice fell, the people who had been mocking me instantly froze. Shinbailu had already awakened as an arcane mage, yet she still treated me with such an attitude? She even proactively lowered herself. I shook my head. I am no ordinary blacksmith, my secret cannot be exposed. Shinbailu sighed helplessly, then suddenly took a ring from between her slender, fair fingers and handed it to me. I have some forging materials suitable for your current level and some decent blueprints here. Consider it a gift from me, or I can lend them to you for now. You probably lack these at the moment, right? Even if she couldn't pull me into her own family, she could still build a connection with me. Since she had said so much, I no longer refused and accepted the ring with a smile. Thanks. I truly was in urgent need of forging materials right now. As a life profession, a blacksmith's experience points can not only be gained by killing monsters but also by forging equipment, which accumulates experience points. I completely ignored the people around me, whose eyes were red like rabbits, and after dismissal, I went directly to the equipment forging room at school. 2.5 years of study in Zyacity had accumulated a lot of knowledge about awakened individuals for me. Before the forging table, I struck hammer blow after hammer blow, the forging materials in my hand constantly making clear, pleasant clanging sounds. You successfully forged an iron sword, multiply 1. You successfully forged plate armor, multiply 1. Perhaps due to the new job transfer, my forging success rate was very high. Moreover, the materials provided by Shinbailu were enough for me to level up. Just as a certain hammer fell. Whoosh! A glow suddenly bloomed around me. Level +1. You gained the affix Molten Core Red. I immediately opened the trait panel, and a trait glowing with a red radiance on it was particularly striking. Current trait, Molten Core. Effect: each time you forge or upgrade equipment, you permanently gain all attributes of the equipment, with no upper limit. New book by an experienced author, please add to bookshelf. Begging for reads. Please comment. Begging for everything. I stared at the trait, my breathing involuntarily catching. Just got the first trait, and it's already this powerful? This means I can gain an infinite of equipment attributes. So, any equipment I forge or upgrade, its attributes become mine? My brain was buzzing. What forging equipment? I'm clearly forging myself. In this world, everyone can only wear a limited number of equipment pieces. What's more, awaken individuals in this world, before their next class change. For every level gained, they only get a 1-point increase in various basic attributes, plus 5 free attribute points. It's safe to say that equipment bonuses play a crucial role, especially in the early game. But for me now, that's no longer something I need to worry about. Just myself, I will surpass any equipment and level bonuses. I successfully forged an iron sword multiply 1, and unexpectedly gained strength plus 5. Then I forged a plate armor multiply 1, and my constitution also increased by 5. After all the materials were used up, I looked at my greatly improved panel, felt the surging power within me, and grinned. Level up and add points? Sorry, I'm really not familiar with that. But quickly, I retracted that thought. One trait is already so strong, how much stronger would infinite stacking be? Level up. Who says leveling up is useless? I'll argue with them. Besides, I urgently need materials for forging equipment, and these all have to be acquired by hunting monsters. Brother, forming a party? To participate in the guild selection, the minimum requirement is to reach level 15 within a month. We're 3 short, heading out to hunt monsters now. In front of the school gate, a group of young men and women had already started organizing teams, preparing to hunt monsters and level up. There are restrictions on gaining experience when awakened individuals of different levels team up, so this was undoubtedly the best place to form a party. If one could reach a high level within a month, there would be a chance to be noticed by top guilds. That would mean access to career development guides left by predecessors, and even more resources and quality equipment. Furthermore, many guilds control currently developed monster hunting hotspots and massive amounts of monster intelligence, which is extremely important for anyone. Someone also noticed me walking out of the school gate. Classmate, what's your profession? Interested in joining a? No. My heart was already eager to level up, and I didn't plan on teaming up with these people who had just left school. I quickly moved away from the school gate and headed towards the leveling spot I had already chosen. Look, it's that blacksmith. At the school gate, Lu Ruoyan, arms crossed, with 2 lumps of flesh that I'd long grown tired of feeling, immediately noticed me in the distance. Beside her stood a tall, well-built young man. Just a blacksmith, no need to kick him while he's down. The young man merely glanced at me dismissively. Let's find 2 more players ranked on the heavens list to team up. Then maybe we'll have a chance to reach level 30 and join the strongest guilds. Okay, I'll listen to you, Lu Ruoyan cooed in a high-pitched voice, but still cast a mocking glance at my back. Not far away, some people noticed Lu Ruoyan and the young man's intimacy, looking a bit envious. That's Wang Feilong from Class 1, I heard he also awakened a hidden profession, I'm so jealous. Isn't that Lu Ruoyan, the leg pendant of the Class 4 leader? Lin Shi from Class 4 awakened as a blacksmith, he's ruined for life. How cold the world is. On the green grassland, the weeds here were half a man's height. A gust of wind blew, swaying large waves of green grass, and occasionally, traces of wild beasts would flash by. The light of the teleportation array flickered, and my figure emerged from it. Green grassland, recommended level 6 to 9. I recalled information about this leveling area. Because the monsters here are too strong for novices, very few novices usually come here to level up. I took out a previously forged black iron great hammer from the ring Shin Bailu gave me and weighed it in my hand twice. A bit light, but it'll do. This weapon wasn't of much use to me, but its hardness was its advantage, enough to break the monster's armor. After walking a short distance forward, the surrounding blades of grass swayed, and several dark green figures swept past. Prairie wolf level 6. These wild monsters have high single target attack power, and usually appear in packs. For many novice awakeners, they pose a potentially fatal threat. They clearly coordinated well, moving quickly through the grass waves, surrounding me, revealing their menacing fangs, ready for a feast. They were poised to strike. Bang! I moved even faster than them. The black iron great hammer in my hand stirred up a gust of wind in the grass, abruptly smashing into the head of a prairie wolf in front. 350 red numbers floated up, indicating a critical hit. The prairie wolf couldn't even let out a whine, its body spun and was directly smashed away. You killed a prairie wolf, gained experience plus 125. I smiled, far more excited than these prairie wolves. The feeling of smashing a monster to death with one hammer seemed to awaken the primal instinct hidden within the human body. The blacksmith profession has no skills in the early stages, and right now, I don't need any skills at all. The black iron great hammer had already swung towards the next prairie wolf at an extremely fast speed, even kicking up a wave of sound across the grassland. You killed a prairie wolf, gained experience plus 125. You killed a prairie wolf, gained experience plus 125 level plus 1. A light shone on me. But at this moment, I had no time to look. The hammer in my hand had already smashed 2 prairie wolves that were pouncing on me. 350, 350, 350. Simultiply prairie wolves were harvested by me in the blink of an eye, their bodies lying on the ground. Wolf skin, wolf teeth, wolf meat, these materials were just waiting for me to collect. But what I cared about most right now was the new attribute gained after leveling up. Current attribute, Spirit of the Artifact. True Body Gold effect. All bonus effects of the weapons and equipment you wear are increased tenfold. Martial Spirit. True Body. Spirit of the Artifact. True Body? My eyes lit up. Gold attributes are second only to red attributes, but their effects are still very powerful. At the very least, the weapons and equipment on me can now truly function. And the stronger the equipment bonuses I get, the stronger the effects I can unleash. Putting my thoughts aside, I glanced at the experience bar again. As expected of a level 6 monster, the experience given is indeed generous. I smiled with satisfaction. Just a few more hunts, and I'll be able to level up again. After storing the prairie wolf materials in the storage space of my ring, I didn't linger, heading directly into the depths of the lush green grassland. My goal was to at least reach level 5 and get my first skill first. Even if it's just a blacksmith skill, it's enough to be useful when I'm forging equipment. As for attributes, never mind the quality since they can be stacked infinitely, the more the better, of course. One prairie wolf after another turned into materials in my storage ring under my black iron hammer. And I gradually delved deeper into this leveling area. The prairie wolves appearing around me had changed, becoming level 7 prairie green wolves and level 8 prairie black wolves. But this still couldn't threaten me. My previous artifact refining, even without gaining skills, had already made my base attribute points very high, plus the Spirit of the Artifact True Body attribute, my attack power was absurdly high. Howl. Suddenly, a loud wolf howl echoed in all directions. In front of me, a black wolf as big as a calf walked out, with a thick health bar above its head. Prairie Black Wolf King level 10A boss appeared. Instead of being surprised, I was delighted. Green Grassland Observation Post. This is a station specially set up by Summer City to monitor monster situations. Drip. 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 A wolf howl suddenly made the alarm at the observation post ring urgently. What's going on? That sound is the Black Wolf King. At a time like this, who would come to the green grassland to level up? Aren't the new batch of awakened ones just awakened? Could it be some rookie squad that doesn't know death? Report the situation immediately, and send people for rescue, quickly. What? At Xia City's defense force, Captain Chu Qingyu's face was stern, and her fair, delicate hand slammed the desk in front of her, leaving a palm print. Have they identified which rookie squad it was? A level 10 monster typically wouldn't concern the defense force. But the problem was, this was the boss of the beginner leveling area. Only newly awakened youngsters were allowed to train in the green grasslands. To dare to venture into the green grasslands right after awakening, according to our estimates, it should at least be a team composed entirely of awakened with hidden professions. But they had bad luck and ran into the Wolf King. This was their main concern. Hidden professions, without exception, were the top seeds among the awakened in this batch from Xia City. Moreover, if it really was a team composed entirely of hidden professions, then they were awakened with the potential to join a top guild's recruitment in a month. Encountering the Wolf King very likely meant total annihilation. The loss would be immense. Let's hope the rescue team can make it in time. You have slain the Prairie Black Wolf King, gaining 2000 experience level +1. I shook the blood off my black iron great hammer and looked at the corpse of the Prairie Black Wolf King. The black wolf, as large as a calf, was covered in solid muscle, and its chilling fangs protruded, making it indeed look somewhat intimidating. Even for me, it took 3 swings to kill this Black Wolf King. Level 4 already. I glanced at my experience bar. All the monsters I'd cleared along the way, plus the Black Wolf King, had brought me not too far from reaching level 5. And 2 level ups had also granted me 2 types of traits, purple and blue quality. Hammer mastery and swift as wind. One significantly increases my strength and forging success rate when using a hammer, and the other increases my evasion rate during combat. Their quality isn't exceptionally high, but they are both improvements that are difficult for ordinary people to obtain. However, I didn't dwell on them. What truly caught my attention was a line of text that appeared below my panel. Hint: first trait quality rotation, level correction, a red trait is guaranteed at the next level. My name is Lin Chi. In this world, trait qualities are divided into 5 types: red, gold, purple, blue, and green. Wow, this skips the green trait from the first rotation entirely. Now I'll get a red trait every 5 levels. My heart was filled with anticipation. After all, red traits were undoubtedly what could bring me significant improvements. I tried hard to suppress the excitement in my heart, walked over to the Wolf King's corpse, and put all the materials into my ring. It's a shame that this Wolf King didn't drop any equipment because it was in the beginner leveling area. Hee, the storage slots are all full now. This ring, gifted by Shinbailu, is of no low quality. It has 15 storage slots, and each slot can stack 9 identical materials. Yet, even so, I've filled it up, and that's not even counting the wolf meat. This monster slaying trip has truly yielded a lot. Time to go back and forge equipment. I can level up that way too. I quickly made up my decision. Forging the materials I collected this time will also give me enough experience points to level up. Moreover, I even got materials from the Wolf King this time, so the quality of the equipment I can craft is sure to be excellent. I'm already looking forward to the attribute bonuses this crafting session will bring. Immediately tidying up the battlefield, I hoisted my hammer and headed towards the outskirts of the green grassland. Mage, provide fire support from the back. Warrior, tank the lead wolf. On my way back, I noticed an awakened team had arrived at the outskirts of the green grassland. It was a team of 4 awakened individuals, battling several prairie wolves. Are they all hidden professions? I quickly scanned them. Their attacks were different from ordinary professions, very much fitting the characteristics of some hidden professions I knew. These few should be from another high school in Xia City. To be able to gather 4 hidden professions and challenge the outskirts of the green grassland, they certainly have the capital. I didn't linger and quickly entered the teleportation array to leave. Phew! Finally defeated these 4 prairie wolves. On the outskirts of the green grassland, the 4 young men and women slumped to the ground, exhausted, but their hearts were full of accomplishment. To be able to kill a level 6 wild monster right after awakening, this already surpasses the vast majority of awakened individuals. During the battle just now, did any of you see someone walk out from the depths of the green grassland? At this moment, one of the girls suddenly asked her 3 companions. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I think I saw it too, looked about our age, and was carrying a hammer. Everyone's just awakened now, and someone went into the depths of the green grassland alone? The group discussed for a while, but still unanimously decided they must have been mistaken. Reaching their current level was already their limit. But suddenly, a voice came from nearby. Did your team kill the Wolf King? To achieve that right after awakening, you've completely exceeded expectations. Two rescuers wearing observation station insignias approached the team, their faces filled with deep surprise. They had rushed to the location where the Wolf King appeared to provide aid, but only found the Wolf King's mangled corpse. A newly awakened team, working together, had killed the Wolf King. This was definitely Xia City's top seed of this generation. What Wolf King? The four young men and women were all stunned. They had only just arrived at the outskirts of the green grassland. Immediately, one of the girls seemed to realize something and tentatively asked, could it have been that person just now? They hadn't been mistaken. Someone truly had entered the depths of the green grassland alone right after awakening, and even single-handedly killed the Wolf King. But who was that person? The two rescuers also realized the situation, their expressions grave. I returned to the school's forging room. After everyone went out to level up, the school suddenly felt spacious. And this forging room, I could use it all the way until the guild's new member recruitment a month later, so why not use it? Taking out the materials, I quickly began forging, and the crisp clanging sounds rang out continuously. You successfully forged Wolf Fawn Blade multiply 1, gaining strength plus 15. You successfully forged Wolfhide Boots multiply 1, gaining agility plus 15. After obtaining materials from the prairie wolves, the equipment I forged saw a significant improvement in effects. I was also having a blast. Each piece of equipment I forged gave me more attribute points than leveling up. Level plus 1. Finally, the radiance of leveling up enveloped my entire body. After all this forging, I felt that with my current attributes, if I were to encounter the Prairie Black Wolf King again, I would probably only need one hammer swing to kill it. Reaching level 5 meant I could learn my first skill, and more importantly, gain a new red attribute. After a quick stretch, I immediately opened my panel to look at the newly acquired attribute. Current attribute, Mana Limitless Red. Effect, casting any skill consumes no mana. Ha! My eyes immediately widened, and my mind buzzed. Wait, no way? There's an attribute with such a heaven-defying effect? What good is mana to me now? All skills consuming no mana means infinite mana. I calmed myself down. For a blacksmith, a life skill sub-profession, the first skill should be smelting. I wonder if my skills will change. With the Mana Limitless attribute, to make it work, I naturally needed to master skills. And the blacksmith's first skill, smelting, could increase an awakened's familiarity with fire and even improve the quality of materials. While it wasn't a combat skill, it was still very useful to me. The higher the equipment quality, the higher the equipment attributes I naturally gain through the Molten Core attribute. Moreover, taking blacksmith as a main profession is extremely rare, so I'm not sure if this first skill will change. To learn skills, besides going to the Awakened Hall, you can also acquire them by dropping skill books. I smacked my lips. That Wolf King was stingy as hell. It didn't drop any good stuff for me. I'll have to go to the Awakened Hall first to learn my first skill. It's too late. Learning skills will have to wait until tomorrow. Probably no one would have expected someone to reach level 5 on the very first day of awakening. Shaking off these thoughts, I picked up my sledgehammer again and continued forging. If I ran out of materials, I could always go grind monsters for more. I didn't feel too bad about it. You successfully forged Wolfhide Boots multiply 1, gaining agility plus 15. You successfully forged Wolfhide Armor multiply 1, gaining Constitution plus 15. Given the current materials, it's hard to craft accessories, so the basic mental attributes I've gained aren't much. Mental attributes affect mana and skill release effects, but for me right now, I only need to care about the power of my skills. Finally, after nearly half a night of hammering, I've used up most of the Prairie Wolf materials. The bow multiply ES in the forging room are already piled high with the equipment I've crafted, and many pieces are simply stacked to the side. This isn't my territory after all. This issue concerns me more. No other teachers or students will come here for now, but if someone accidentally enters the forging room, they'll find the equipment I've forged. It would be best to set up a forging room in my own home and add a storage warehouse. I already have a plan, and as for the money, I have a way to solve that too. Then, my attention shifted to the materials collected from the Wolf King. By my estimation, these materials are definitely capable of forging higher quality equipment. Clang! The hammer struck the material heavily, splattering sparks in front of the furnace, incredibly brilliant. I focused intently, hammer blow after hammer blow falling continuously on the Wolf King's materials. And then, with one particular hammer blow, the forging material before me suddenly burst into a radiant glow. You have successfully forged Wolf King Fong Blade Multiply 1, gaining strength plus 50, spirit plus 10, agility plus 10, and the skill Bloodlust. Wolf King Fong Blade Bronze. Category, Weapon. Equipment requirement, Level 10. Effect, Strength plus 50, Spirit plus 10, Agility plus 10. Special effect, Bloodlust passive skill, dealing damage to an enemy grants a damage multiply 10% attack power bonus. Description, as the king of a wolf pack, the fangs of the prairie black wolf king were forged into this sharp blade, imbued with the wolf king's might and shimmering with bloodthirsty radiance. I even gained a skill? I was stunned. I once again experienced the power of the Molten Core Red trait. Gaining all attributes of the equipment naturally includes skills. Crafting a Wolf King Fong blade directly granted me the Bloodlust skill. Being able to convert 1/10 of the damage dealt into an attack power bonus is pretty good. I smiled with satisfaction. This is a skill similar to those of a warrior class. Furthermore, although this Wolf King Fong blade has a level restriction for equipment, it doesn't matter to me. Happily tucking this Wolf King Fong blade into my ring, I've already decided to sell it at the exchange after I've finished forging all the remaining Wolf King materials. You have successfully forged Wolf King Leather Armor Multiply 1, gaining Constitution plus 50, Agility plus 20. You have successfully forged Wolf King's Eye Multiply 1, gaining Spirit plus 50, Agility plus 20. It seems the Wolf King's ability mainly lies in its fangs. No more equipment skills appeared in items crafted from other materials, but I'm still quite satisfied. These few pieces of equipment are all quite powerful for level 10 awakened individuals, especially since I even crafted a necklace, the Eye of the Wolf King. This is a rare necklace accessory among equipment under level 10. After putting away these items, I left school and went home. At my home, the head of the household is me, Lin Chi. After a good sleep at home, feeling refreshed, I first went to the exchange. I put the equipment crafted from Wolf King materials on the unmanned vending shelf, set the prices, and let them sell themselves. The prices aren't low, but there are so many big spenders in this world. I know very well that these pieces of equipment will surely attract many people. Afterward, I headed to the Awakening Hall, ready to learn the first skill of the blacksmith profession. Outside the exchange, as soon as I left, a few people walked in. "Dad, you've always been so cautious your whole life. Do you think you can help me get ahead?" The boy, who had just awakened yesterday, asked his old father nervously. He and his team had been fighting monsters all day and only just managed to reach level 2, and he was preparing to use his money power to improve his leveling efficiency. "Don't worry, Dad will come to the exchange every day from now on. Later, those little geniuses will definitely drop better equipment." The middle-aged man waved his hand and led his son into the exchange. "Even if it means spending on equipment, I have to get you into a good guild." Then, they stopped dead in their tracks before a short blade glowing with red light. Wolf King Fong blade? Could this be equipment dropped by the Wolf King from Green Grassland? Exchange, someone selling equipment dropped by the Wolf King? Which team is so fierce that they took down the Wolf King from Green Grassland on only the second day after awakening? I heard there are several pieces of equipment, that Wolf King's drop rate isn't low. I was filling out a form in the Awakening Hall, and I could already hear people outside discussing the commotion at the exchange. I twitched the corner of my mouth. Who said that Wolf King's drop rate wasn't low? Getting equipment all depended on my own hard work. After filling out the form, I walked through the empty awakening hall and handed the form to the front desk receptionist. "Little brother, are you here to inquire about early career development planning?" "I'm here to learn skills." "Hmm." The receptionist was a young woman with long, straight black hair, wearing a neat uniform. She had a gentle demeanor, but at this moment, her warm smile froze. She stared at me with wide eyes. "It's only the second day since awakening, right? You are level 5? What kind of genius profession could this be?" But she still subconsciously activated the awakened trial ground behind her. After I walked in, she looked at the illusory hammer emblem blooming outside the trial ground, and her body stiffened again. "Blacksmith?" The Awakener trial grounds were like a plaza suspended in the void, surrounded by utter darkness and enveloped in layers of faint light. I walked to the center of the plaza, where a gradually solidifying glow immediately appeared, transforming into a furnace with roaring flames inside. Detecting profession, blacksmith level meets requirements. Please fulfill the requirement. Remove impurities from the current materials and forge a basic shape as expected. The skill learning condition for the blacksmith profession isn't combat, but forging. I shook my head. I had learned before that other professions' first skills were attained by meeting conditions in combat, but the blacksmith profession was clearly not suited for combat at the moment. In front of the furnace, several rust-covered steel beads, about the size of eyeballs, appeared, along with basic forging tools. Rusty steel beads? I raised an eyebrow, and some memories from before I crossed over flashed through my mind. They're not going to ask me to forge a whole Damascus steel pot plus 3 forging methods, are they? But I wasn't panicked. I had already forged so much equipment, and now it was just about removing impurities from rusty steel beads, which was naturally as simple as could be. I picked up the forging tools from beside the furnace and operated them skillfully. Before long, a crimson iron blade prototype was taken out of the furnace by me. Condition met. You have comprehended a professional skill. Calcination easy peasy, no challenge at all. I shrugged. But was the first skill really just calcination? Compared to skills like fireball for other professions, this seemed a bit shabby. But when my gaze fell upon the skill description, I instantly dismissed that notion. Skill, calcination mana cost, 150 effect, you are skilled in controlling fire. When casting skills, you can envelop yourself and your forging tools in flames. You gain fire elemental properties and are immune to normal fire damage, with a chance to improve material quality. I blinked. Was this the special trait of the blacksmith as a primary profession? Generally, when awakeners took blacksmith as a secondary profession, the calcination skill they gained would only have a chance to improve material quality, but I was clearly different. Gaining fire elemental properties means that after I cast this skill, every attack I make will come with a fire burning effect. This was equivalent to being a weapon with fire elemental properties myself. And I'm directly immune to normal fire damage. I secretly gasped. This way, even if some mage professions learned fireball, they wouldn't be able to harm me. I was purely a bane to low-level mages. Who said blacksmiths aren't suited for combat? I grinned. Of course, this also comes with a premise. Other blacksmiths generally have low basic attributes. Even if they can add fire properties to their attacks, they won't deal much damage, and after all, it's just a normal attack. As for normal fire immunity, it can't immunity against monsters' normal attacks. Even if used as a tank, their HP isn't enough, not to mention the mana cost of this skill isn't low. But none of these limitations mean anything to me. After trying to cast the skill a few times, I walked out of the training grounds, thoroughly satisfied. The receptionist at the front desk was still resting her chin on her smooth, fair hand, intently staring at 2 training grounds ahead. One displayed a hammer cursor, while the other showed an intricate rune. In this generation, 2 people had actually reached level 5 in such a short time. Suddenly, the hammer cursor outside the training ground flickered and then disappeared, and my figure emerged from it. So fast? The receptionist was momentarily stunned, then seemed to realize something, casting a comforting glance my way and gently saying, "It's okay if you failed. Leveling up so fast, you might not be in top form. Just take a break and try again later." She didn't know much about the rare main profession of blacksmithing, but she guessed that this good-looking young man in front of her was probably chosen by some family or guild, primarily to develop as a logistics personnel. This must have required a large amount of resources to accumulate to level up so quickly. I smiled, saying nothing more. It was time to choose the next leveling spot. The blacksmith profession's skills had already given me a taste of sweetness, and if I could collect better materials, I might even be able to gain other powerful skills when forging equipment. There are plenty of pieces of equipment with active skills in this world. The receptionist watched me walk out of the awakening hall, then suddenly seemed to sense something and looked towards another training ground behind. A girl in a magic robe walked out of it. She immediately saw me leaving the awakening hall, and a faint, meaningful look appeared in her eyes. Lin Shi, I knew it was you. Shinbailu sighed inwardly, no wonder I didn't agree to her, and now he's leveled up to 5 so quickly. Did he find another option? Flame Rock Valley level requirement, 115 player count requirement, 1-5. I stepped outside this dungeon located just beyond Xiacheng. There are a few dungeons outside Xiacheng with less restrictive level requirements, and the Flame Rock Valley ahead is one of them. Flames burned in many places around me, and a scorching heat swept over with the wind. But I was unaffected as my tempering skill activated. A ball of blazing fire enveloped my body, emitting an even hotter temperature, making even the large hammer in my hand glow with brilliant fire. To enter this dungeon, one must meet certain conditions. I mused. This place is definitely a leveling hotspot. Many monsters also roamed outside the dungeon, and there were even awakeners leveling up here. However, what was most unbearable here wasn't the strength of the monsters, but the pervasive flames. The slightest carelessness would result in burning damage from the fire. Therefore, many awakeners, after forming teams, would come here equipped with gear or items capable of resisting fire. But this required a substantial financial backing. As for me, I simply walked straight through the flames towards the dungeon entrance. In the distance, an awakener team was battling a monster that periodically spat flames from its mouth. As the flames erupted, a goblin shrieked repeatedly, causing even Lu Ruoyan's face to turn pale. That was the goblin she had painstakingly summoned with her equipment. Finally, the monster was slain by us, and all 4 members of our team were panting heavily. Suddenly, Wang Feilong, one of the team members, seemed to have discovered something and abruptly looked in one direction. What kind of monster is that? Hearing this, Lu Ruoyan and the other 2 also looked over. In the distance, they saw a figure completely enveloped in flames, resembling a person but unclear. It also gave Lu Ruoyan a faint, inexplicable sense of familiarity. It doesn't look like a monster, it looks more like a person. One of them said suspiciously. Engulfed in flames, is that an undiscovered hidden class? However, Wang Feilong frowned at this, a little displeased. You guys are considered among the top 10 classes on the professional heavenly rankings. Do you really need to be so surprised by a hidden class? The rarer a hidden class is, the harder it will be to achieve anything significant in the future. As he spoke, he glanced at Lu Ruoyan beside him. Perhaps it won't be much better than that blacksmith. Hidden classes in the world are extremely powerful, and those who can advance to a hidden class are also very rare. But rarity implies a problem. There are no guides for stat distribution and skill selection explored by predecessors. Relying solely on oneself to forge a path, even the most powerful class could very likely be ruined. Wang Feilong's hidden class being able to rank among the top 10 on the professional heavenly rankings was a testament to its undeniable power. The professional heavenly rankings are divided based on the awakener's development prospects and overall strength, making them highly valuable for reference. Naturally, he looked down on other hidden classes. Brother Long is right about everything. Lu Ruoyan echoed, then, as if remembering something, she scoffed, but even the most useless profession has to be stronger than that blacksmith. But then, a teammate exclaimed again, something's not right. He's not going into the Fire Rock Valley dungeon alone, is he? Hearing this, Wang Feilong couldn't help but look again, only to notice from a distance that the figure, engulfed in raging flames, was actually walking deeper into Fire Rock Valley. As a flash of light passed, the figure disappeared. He actually entered the dungeon alone? Lu Ruoyan couldn't help but slightly part her lips in surprise. The Fire Rock Valley dungeon here is very special. Any awakened under level 15 can enter freely. But the problem is, the monster's strength inside isn't scaled by level. Even our powerful team doesn't dare to enter. An awakened profession with no prospects is just a desperate gamble, a death wish. Wang Feilong still scoffed, he won't make it out of the dungeon. He then looked around, his voice deep, we've been grinding for a day and a night, and in another half day, we'll reach level 5 and be able to learn our first skill. Stay focused. Please select Dungeon Difficulty. Hard Nightmare. The Fire Rock Valley dungeon is indeed special, with only 2 difficulty options. And even just the hard difficulty is enough to deter most awakened. As for nightmare difficulty, even in the learning materials of Xia City High School, there are only a pitiful few intelligence samples. It is said that this was the result of a grueling pioneering effort by a team of all level 15 hidden professions. But this is precisely why I chose the Fire Rock Valley dungeon. The materials collected from here will allow me to forge equipment with lower level requirements but stronger bonus effects. Nightmare difficulty. I chose without hesitation. This is the dungeon's limit, not mine. The intense heat wave that hit me was exceptionally scorching, as if one could be placed directly into a charcoal fire. An awakened entering this environment would continuously lose health every second. But I was completely unaffected. The flames coiling around my great hammer burned even more fiercely. Ahead, amidst the raging flames, stones trembled, then actually rose from the ground, forming a stone golem over half a person's height, its entire body emitting scalding steam. Small Hammer Stone Elite. Level 5. Even a casual gatekeeper monster here is an elite level, with stats far exceeding ordinary monsters. Moreover, the monster's strength here isn't scaled by level, it's purely about raw power. I could even tell that this thing's health bar was almost on par with the grassland Black Wolf King. I directly moved forward and smashed it with my hammer. 460. You killed Small Hammer Stone Elite, gained EXP plus 230. The small hammerstone instantly shattered into pieces, unable to withstand a single blow from my hammer. At the same time, streaks of crimson mist emerged from the flames surrounding me. The passive skill, Bloodthirst, had been activated. The experience is almost double that of a high-level prairie wolf. I grinned. In this Fiery Rock Valley instance, the monster's stats are indeed very high, but the experience they grant is equally higher. I also noticed the forging material that could be collected from the small hammerstone, melt iron. This material is much more suitable for forging than wolf fangs and the like. Some high-level awakened individuals, after learning the blacksmith profession as a sub-profession, often purchase large quantities of melt iron to forge, thereby improving their forging proficiency. But in doing so, the equipment that can be forged usually has very high equipment level requirements, yet for high-level awakened individuals, it is not very useful. But in my hands, melt iron will be put to its greatest use. I can completely rely on these materials to forge equipment that can be used by even level 5 awakened individuals. And the equipment bonus effects, for the current stage, are absolutely excellent. I did not linger, and carried my great hammer deeper into the instance. The small hammerstones I encountered along the way were unable to withstand the great hammer in my hand. Each one was smashed with a single blow, shattering into pieces, and I conveniently collected the melt iron from their bodies. Ding! I arrived at a wide area where several small hammerstones had gathered, and the hammer in my hand swept through them like autumn wind sweeping fallen leaves. Instantly, shattered rocks flew everywhere, accompanied by a crisp sound. This is... My gaze quickly fell upon an item glowing with a bronze luster amidst the rubble. I felt a little emotional finally. Equipment dropped. Even the Wolf King didn't drop a single piece of equipment for me, yet these small monsters here gave me. Not small monsters? My emotions came to an abrupt halt. Because I noticed that among my recent kill notifications, a boss message had snuck in. You killed Small Hammer King Bronze, gained experience plus 600. Just now, when I smashed down with one hammer, there were too many small monsters, and I didn't notice that I had incidentally hammered a boss to death. My experience bar was also just a sliver away from leveling up. The nightmare difficulty of this instance should have 3 bosses. This is the first one.
I picked up the equipment dropped on the ground and raised an eyebrow. Hammerstone necklace bronze. Category: necklace. Equipment requirement: level 5. Effect: strength plus 50, constitution plus 20. Special effect: strength plus 20. This is another necklace accessory rarely seen below level 10. Moreover, the basic attribute bonus effect is even higher than the equipment I forged using Wolf King materials. Just like the Wolf King Fong Blade, it's bronze grade. I happily put on the necklace.
The known equipment qualities in the world are divided into common, bronze, silver, gold, epic, and legendary, for a total of 6 types.
Bosses can also be categorized in the same way.
The Little Hammer King just now was a bronze grade boss, one quality level higher than the Grassland Black Wolf King. After cleaning up the spoils, I continued forward. I've only defeated the first boss, and I'm already close to reaching level 6. According to my estimation, by the time I clear the dungeon, I should be able to level up another 1 or 2 times.
Soon, after I brought my hammer down,
a burst of upgrade light suddenly blossomed around me.
Level +1. You obtained the trait past reimagined gold. It's rotated to a gold trait. My heart stirred. The bonus effects of gold traits are second only to red traits.
This will also bring me a significant boost.
I opened my panel. Current trait, past reimagined gold. Effect, replicate any professional skill of the same level you have seen. The skill can be replaced.
At the same time, a phantom hammer icon appeared on my skill panel.
It seemed to be waiting for me to fill in a skill. I looked at the trait effect before me, and my throat couldn't help but move. Doesn't this mean I can cast skills from any profession I want? This completely breaks the limitations of professions.
Of course, the drawbacks of this trait are also very obvious. One is that you have to have seen it with your own eyes, and the other is that it must be within the same level. But relatively speaking, I don't think they're issues at all. What I'm more interested in is the effect of this trait when paired with the boundless mana trait. Being able to release any professional skill, plus skills costing no mana.
TSK.
I can already imagine how powerful this will be. Moreover, the higher my level, the higher the level of skills I can naturally replicate.
Time to continue grinding.
On this day, all the monsters in the Fiery Rock Valley dungeon had a peaceful time. Because they were all annihilated in an instant, feeling no pain at all.
Outside the Fiery Rock Valley dungeon, the light of upgrading first bloomed around one Phylon. Brother Long is amazing, he's already level 5.
I estimate that in the entire Xia City, there aren't many people who can catch up to Brother Long. Lu Ruoyan immediately came over with a sweet smile. Even in a party, experience gain is calculated based on performance in killing monsters.
Wang Phylon smiled proudly, clearly enjoying the flattery. Brother Long is incredible. Give it some more time, and maybe we can also enter the dungeon ahead to take a look.
The other 2 members of the team echoed. The professions of their team members are all ranked on the Heavens list, making their overall strength very high, and their leveling speed is definitely among the best.
Once I reach level 15, I will definitely go in and take a look.
Wang Phylon was very confident, gazing towards the entrance of the Fiery Rock Valley dungeon. Of course, he was referring to the hard difficulty. Among the awakeners of each generation in Xia City, very few are able to clear the hard difficulty dungeon. As for that figure with flames around him that they saw earlier, he's probably already been scorched to ashes by the flames in the dungeon. That goes without saying. Thinking about the person who entered the dungeon earlier, I just don't understand why they had to come here to die. The team members shook their head. Even though low-level guides are now very comprehensive, a portion of awakened individuals still perish in each generation. Overestimating himself, he's nothing compared to Brother Long. Lu Ruoyan shook her head, no longer caring about the situation in the dungeon.
Boom! But just then,
all 4 of them suddenly shuddered, and the ground beneath their feet began to tremble violently.
Even the surrounding flames became furious. Ah!
Lu Ruoyan cried out in pain, accidentally getting burned by the flames, and a portion of her health was deducted.
What's going on? Has a boss appeared?
The team members' faces all changed, and they nervously and vigilantly looked around.
None of them were level 5 yet. Let alone encountering a boss here, even encountering an elite monster would likely result in casualties. Boom! The earth trembled again.
Wang Feilong seemed to realize something, turning his head stiffly towards the dungeon entrance.
Has the dungeon been cleared?
The team members also realized the situation one after another, staring at the dungeon entrance almost in a daze, their faces full of disbelief.
The school record stated long ago that when the volcanic rock valley dungeon is cleared, a large area outside the dungeon will undergo abnormal changes. That meant the final boss of volcanic rock valley had been defeated. Was it that person just now? Lu Ruoyan's eyes were trembling.
They had been fighting here since last night and had only seen that figure enveloped in flames enter the volcanic rock valley dungeon. If the dungeon was cleared, it could only be that person.
But how is that possible? He was alone. And how long has he even been in there?
Volcanic Rock Valley was called a nightmare dungeon not just because it had a nightmare difficulty option. It was also because, even the difficult mode alone was already a nightmare for the awakened individuals who could enter it. Throughout the history of Xia City, there had never been a precedent for a single person clearing the Volcanic Rock Valley dungeon.
What's more,
this was only the second day since awakening an awakened individual reaching level 5 was already considered extremely fast.
Ah!
Another mournful scream came.
Lu Ruoyan's face was pale.
This time, the scream came from the low-level goblin she had spent a great deal to form a summoning contract with. Since she had no skills, she could only let the goblin follow her. Now, burned by the flames, it had died completely.
No, run. When gods fight, mortals suffer.
Now was not the time for them to think about that fiery figure from earlier. With their current levels and attributes, if they were trapped here by the flames, they could only wait for death.
Sizzle.
But even running immediately, they still inevitably suffered burns from the flames, yelping and screeching from the heat. Gradually, even the ordinary boots they were wearing began to feel scalding hot. The clothes and equipment on their bodies were charred with large holes, and their durability was completely gone.
Finally,
they managed to get away from the burning fiery region, their whole bodies blackened with soot, and their hair mostly singed, looking utterly disheveled. But thankfully, they had finally survived a close call.
What in the world is going on?
Wang Feilong clenched his fist, but the wound on his arm sent a piercing pain through him.
He simply couldn't understand.
At this current stage, how could anyone clear the fiery Rock Valley dungeon? There had been no records of it before. That fiery figure seemed to be etched into his mind, impossible to shake off.
Was this really an awakener from their generation? He suddenly didn't dare to think about it.
If it was, then all his pride would be utterly shattered.
Boom! But just then,
the ground trembled again, and the flames spread towards them at a visible speed.
Why is it still acting up?
Even though they were exhausted, none of them dared to stop, and quickly continued to flee. They had no relevant memories of such a large-scale anomaly. As Lu Ruoyan fled, she inexplicably thought of Lin Chi. Lin Chi had always known a lot about this world's information, and perhaps Lin Chi would know about this anomaly here. But soon, she dismissed the idea. A blacksmith was no longer worthy of her trying to curry favor with. You killed King Big Hammer Silver, gaining experience plus 1200.
Level +1.
You cleared the fiery Rock Valley dungeon, gaining settlement experience plus 2000. Lin Chi's gaze fell on an item that had dropped in front of him. It was a large hammer gleaming with a silver luster.
A silver weapon.
King's Great Stone Hammer Silver.
Category, Weapon. Equipment requirement, Level 8.
Effect, Strength plus 120.
Special effect, Armor Pierce ignores 10% of enemy's defense attribute.
A great hammer that purely adds strength, and even comes with an armor-piercing effect. Lin Chi weighed it in his hand. This was much better than the hammer he currently had. After clearing this dungeon, he had also leveled up to level 8. He also gained 2 new traits, the purple armored body and the blue mental aptitude. One increased the defense attribute of equipment, and the other increased mental power. Lin Chi roughly estimated.
With his current attributes, he reckoned that no awakener below level 30 could withstand a single blow from him.
As for those above level 30, who had undergone a second-class advancement, Lin Chi wasn't very clear about their attributes. But there's probably nothing a single hammer blow can't fight multiply, and if there is, then 2 hammer blows will do it. Stepping out of the dungeon, Lin Chi, loaded with rings full of equipment, quickly returned to Xia City. This trip was quite fruitful, enough to cover his upcoming expenses. As for what comes next, Lin Chi plans to go to higher level areas. After monsters' levels exceeded an awakened person's by 10, there will be an experience decay. So next time, I'll head to monster areas around level 18 for leveling. With his plan set, he first went to the exchange. On the automated sales display, the few Wolf King items Lin Chi had consigned were all gone. In their place, a line of information appeared before Lin Chi.
Remaining balance, 23 gold coins.
Someone bought them even at such a high price. It seems those Wolf King items were indeed very appealing. Lin Chi clicked his tongue. According to this world's currency system, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin is equivalent to 100 copper coins. 23 gold coins were more than enough for Lin Chi's current needs. He took the gold coins, and casually put up a bronze-grade shield for sale. This was a bronze item dropped by the second boss in Fire Rock Valley. Its effects were strong, but it wasn't of much use to Lin Chi. After a moment's thought, he set the minimum price at 50 gold coins this time. A level 5 bronze item, a starting price of 50 gold coins, that's already considered the lowest. Lin Chi knew that once this shield was auctioned off, it definitely wouldn't just be at this price. After doing all this, Lin Chi then went to the front desk of the exchange and got a card. With this card, he wouldn't need to specifically come back to collect gold coins anymore. First, set up a forge at home. Lin Chi pondered. Although he could use the school's forge freely, a pile of equipment would be hard to explain and carried the risk of being discovered. Having it at his own home was the most reliable option, and he could also buy a few storage chests to create a simple warehouse.
No sooner said than done.
Lin Chi quickly arrived at Xia City Mall and explained his intention of purchasing a forge to the sales manager. When the sales manager received 20 gold coins, her eyes lit up. This young man in front of her must be from a distinguished background. To casually pull out 20 gold coins for a forge, this was rare to see on a normal day. Don't worry, little brother, we'll have the complete forge placed exactly where you want it before tonight. She made her guarantee, inadvertently showcasing the charm of a mature woman. Lin Chi nodded. A forge was essentially just an assembly of forging tools, and with money, it could be set up quickly. He didn't feel any distress about the gold coins he had spent. More gold coins would soon be rolling in. Accompanied insistently by the sales manager, Lin Chi slowly walked out of the mall. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed 4 battered figures, completely covered in black, approaching from a distance. They should pay for walking. Lin Chi subconsciously thought he had run into Xiao Hei in Xia City. But soon, he noticed again. These 4 people weren't Xiao Hei. One of them was very familiar to him. Wasn't it Lu Ruoyan? Only at this moment, she looked as if she had rolled in ashes, completely black, and her hair seemed to have been singed by fire, in an extremely disheveled state. And at this moment, Lu Ruoyan also noticed Lin Chi and instinctively prepared to show a disgusted expression. But this pulled at the burnt skin on her face, causing some pain. They had barely survived the aftermath outside the Lava Valley dungeon, and all their medicines had been used up, yet they hadn't fully healed their injuries. After rushing back to Xia City, they immediately came to the mall, planning to purchase new equipment and medicine. But who would have thought they would run into Lin Chi here? This made a surge of shame and anger rise from the bottom of her heart. As a professional ranked on the heavenly rankings, she had shown such a disheveled appearance precisely in front of Lin Chi, whom she looked down on the most. What are you doing here? Lu Ruoyan preempted. You're not planning to find a job here, are you?
Blacksmiths only have so much ability, they don't even deserve the awakener status. A blacksmith, only fit to be cooped up in a place like this, with no hope for this life. It was a pity she had once thought so highly of Lin Shi, even to the extent of. However, Lin Shi, didn't spare her another glance. After greeting the sales manager beside him, he simply walked away. Nothing else, just that he was tired of playing around. Moreover, the current Lu Ruoyan was so disheveled that she was no different from Xiao He. He didn't have such peculiar tastes. Are you looking down on us? Suddenly, Wang Feilong, next to Lu Ruoyan, stepped out coldly, questioning Lin Shi's retreating back. He was extremely proud after awakening his hidden profession. Although there was a slight accident outside the Lava Valley dungeon, which somewhat dampened his spirits. But in the eyes of this blacksmith, he actually saw contempt. The anger in his heart also wanted to find a place to vent. Indeed, Lin Shi didn't look back. These few people weren't worth his time at all. Especially since he was in Xia City, he wouldn't pull out his hammer and smash them all to death. He left casually. But Wang Feilong clenched his fists tightly, his unhealed wounds throbbing faintly. He wanted to say, 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river. But then he felt that a blacksmith was not worthy of hearing such words from him. He could only say coldly, "Don't let me see you outside the city." But seeing that Lin Shi had already left, Wang Feilong ultimately suppressed his anger and turned to walk into the mall. However, the sales manager, who had watched Lin Shi leave, merely glanced at Wang Feilong and the others before whispering a few instructions to the two security guards at the door and returning to the mall. As Wang Feilong, Lu Ruoyan, and the others arrived at the mall entrance, the two security guards, with stern faces, stepped forward and blocked them. This is a high-end mall, begging is prohibited. The security guards' ranks were not low either. Instantly, Wang Feilong and the others completely stiffened. Even that blacksmith could freely enter and exit this mall, yet they were turned away? And what's this about prohibiting begging? Do they look like they're here to beg? Lin Shi didn't go to school again. He returned straight home to wait for the staff to come and set up the forging room. The expenditure of 20 gold coins indeed provided excellent service. Soon, a complete forging room was set up in one of the rooms in Lin Shi's house. Additionally, it came with 3 bow multiply ES equipped with storage compartments. This already counts as a forging room of considerable quality among those available for purchase in the mall. As for forging rooms with various special effects, Lin Shi has only heard that guilds possess them for now. He stretched his muscles and bones, then immediately began forging. You successfully forged Molten Iron Sword multiply 1, gaining strength plus 27. You successfully forged Molten Iron Shield multiply 1, gaining constitution plus 29. Although molten iron was consistently used as the forging material, the equipment produced gradually began to exhibit slightly different attributes. But without exception, the attributes of the equipment Lin Shi forged could consistently maintain above 25 points. Especially, all of this equipment only required level 5. Among foundational equipment, it definitely belongs to an extremely powerful batch. I need to figure out a way to make good use of all this forged equipment, Lin Shi pondered. Because of their low-level requirements, if these pieces of equipment are put on sale, they are bound to sell out. By then, Lin Shi could purchase some materials that are simply unobtainable in the vicinity of Xia City. Furthermore, the equipment blueprints Shen Bailu gave him earlier were also mostly for basic gear. These would be sufficient for any blacksmith class until after level 10. But for Lin Shi, they were already becoming insufficient. And purchasing blueprints would also be a significant expense. You successfully forged Thresh Molten Iron Necklace multiply 1, gaining Constitution plus 40, Spirit plus 20, gaining Skill Focus. This was equipment forged from materials dropped by one of the bosses. Another bronze-grade necklace equipment. Lin Shi was more interested in the skill he obtained. Special effect, Focus passive skill, when casting a skill, can increase skill effect by 5%. A passive skill that increases the effectiveness of skill casting. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. These skills, for him, the more the merrier, naturally. Furthermore, his past replay perk has yet to replicate a single skill. Once he has replicated skills later, this can also boost their effects. After all these materials were used up, it was already midnight. Lin Chi wasn't as intense as other awakened ones, grinding levels day and night. What's the point of leveling up? Isn't it just to improve attributes and then enjoy life? A good balance between work and rest is key. Waking up from a good sleep, feeling refreshed. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Lin Chi wondered, everyone else was busy leveling up right now, who would come to him? Opening the door, a graceful figure in a mage's robe appeared in his sight. It was Shin Bailu. It seemed that having changed into a set of brand new, powerful equipment, Shin Bailu's aura had also been significantly enhanced. Her already exceptionally beautiful face now exuded an astonishing aesthetic. Lin Chi, I'm not disturbing you, am I? Shin Bailu asked, her voice very pleasant. Come in and sit. Lin Chi beckoned her inside, roughly guessing her purpose for coming. Clearly, Shin Bailu indeed had a profound understanding of the blacksmith main profession and still wanted to recruit him. Shin Bailu stepped daintily into the room, observing the rather clean and tidy space. Then she said to Lin Chi, I saw you learning skills at the Awakening Hall. Oh? Lin Chi's heart stirred. At the time, after he learned the skills, he didn't pay much attention to other situations. He estimated that Shin Bailu must have reached level 5 by now. After all, with Shin Bailu's family background, there were definitely better ways for her to level up. I still don't plan to do logistics, Lin Chi frankly stated. He had accepted Shin Bailu's kindness before, and there was no need for him to let her waste her time. However, Shin Bailu, shook her head apologetically. That's not why I came this time. Previously, when I saw you awaken the blacksmith profession, I mistakenly thought you might not have a corresponding plan, which is why I wanted you to join our family. Now, you should have a better choice. Lin Chi understood this point. Shin Bailu probably saw him learning skills at the Awakening Hall and believed that if he could reach level 5, he must have obtained a considerable amount of resources. And that was indeed the case. However, all his resources were self-collected. He remained non-committal and didn't explain anything to Shin Bailu. I came this time, on the one hand, to ask you if you'd be interested in collaborating with me. Shin Bailu probed, on the other hand, I've obtained some guides related to the blacksmith main profession, and I'll give them to you. She was very direct. She took out a book from her storage ring and placed it on the table in front of him. Lin Chi glanced at the book in front of him. This item still held some reference value for him. However, what he was more concerned about was the collaboration Shin Bailu mentioned. Tell me, what kind of collaboration? In the past, although he and Shin Bailu were in the same class, they didn't interact much. Shin Bailu was different from Lu Ruoyan. She was very aloof and rarely interacted with others in the class. Shin Bailu smiled and said, if you need to level up, I can help you find some powerful teams. At the same time, our family controls several dungeons for the mid to late stages of the blacksmith profession. You can consider then whether you want to enter. Profession-exclusive dungeons? Lin Chi's heart stirred. For example, the trial ground where skills were learned in the Awakening Hall earlier, that already counted as a profession-exclusive dungeon. Additionally, profession-exclusive dungeons would drop skill books for that profession, as well as other items that could significantly enhance that profession. These were held only by a minority of powerful factions. Lin Chi realized he had underestimated Shin Bailu's background. As if worried Lin Chi might overthink things, Shin Bailu added, don't worry, this kind of cooperation itself already benefits my family. We just hope that if you can clear a dungeon in the future, you could provide us with some dungeon walkthroughs. This was the cooperation she aimed for. Given Lin Chi's rapid leveling speed, he must possess considerable ability, perhaps even having a chance to clear those profession-exclusive dungeons. I'll think about it later, Lin Chi said with a smile. He neither hastily agreed nor refused. After their conversation, Lin Chi handed the bronze-grade necklace he had forged earlier to Shin Bailu. Take it, consider it my return gift. The previous necklace had indeed helped him significantly. Shin Bailu took the necklace, her eyes widening slightly. and 8-level bronze equipment, and a necklace at that.
Even she, in her household, had never seen such a thing. Below level 10, bronze-grade equipment was almost never seen.
Could this possibly be forged by Lin Chi? She couldn't help but be astonished.
But Lin Chi offered no explanation, and she didn't press further.
Everyone had their secrets, and she naturally wouldn't overstep. After seeing Shin Bailu off,
Lin Chi packed his gear and immediately headed out of the city.
This time, he planned to go directly to the monster map with a maximum level of 20.
Even if there was a level decay for levels above 10, for him now, a map with monsters up to level 20 would definitely be sufficient. At most, it would be 2 levels above, and the experience gained would still be equivalent to that from level 15 monsters.
What's more, any monster in this kind of area would definitely give him far more experience than any monster he had fought before.
You killed a goblin pitcher, gained experience plus 380.
You killed a goblin warrior, gained experience plus 390.
Dark Forest. Lin Chi gripped the Great Stone King's hammer, stepping deeper and deeper into the woods. Monsters at levels 17 and 18 really give a generous amount of experience. After all, these were monsters nearly 10 levels higher than him, and his experience bar was increasing at a visible rate.
The Dark Forest was a goblin gathering place outside Summer City.
Compared to the monsters he had encountered before, the goblins here had already started to show class distinctions. As for the strength of the monsters, Lin Chi felt nothing, they were all one-shot kills anyway. Especially after forging materials from the Blazefire Valley dungeon, his attributes had once again seen a surge. This time, he planned to slaughter his way through the Dark Forest, at least reaching level 10 here first to obtain the next red trait. You killed a goblin archer, gaining experience plus 380. You killed a goblin berserker elite, gaining experience plus 500.
Level plus 1. Soon, a glow of upgrading bloomed around Lin Chi. Level 9.
Lin Chi smiled with satisfaction. As for the green trait strength amplification he had acquired, he merely glanced at it before dismissing it.
In reality, even a green trait alone would be considered quite powerful for ordinary awakened individuals.
He also noticed a greatsword weapon with a bronze sheen lying on the ground.
Did a strange monster somehow get mixed in with the ones I just killed?
Lin Chi was a bit slow to realize. He had just swung his hammer, incidentally smashing an elite monster as well. He collected the dropped items, ignored them, and continued farming. Outside the Dark Forest, Chu Qingyu, captain of Xia City's city defense team, arrived at this goblin gathering place with a cool expression, accompanied by 3 team members. The commotion from the previous green grassland incident had startled the entire city defense team. They had initially thought it was some inexperienced newcomer who had accidentally disturbed the Wolf King. But who could have predicted that even the Wolf King had been taken down? Despite this, their city defense team still decided to strengthen their defenses to prevent such a situation from truly occurring. Xia City had no shortage of promising young men and women emerging this year.
Boom! However, shortly after they delved into the Dark Forest,
a violent explosion suddenly erupted from deep within the forest. Upon noticing this, Chu Qingyu's brows immediately furrowed tightly.
That kind of commotion is an exploding goblin near the goblin chief?
In this dark forest, only 4 exploding goblins would appear at intervals. And typically, they served as guards for the goblin chief.
Now, an exploding goblin had actually been detonated. Captain, it couldn't be that someone else has encountered the goblin chief, could it?
A city defense team member beside her quickly asked, their face twitching involuntarily.
The goblin chief was a level 20 boss. At the current stage,
aside from their city defense team members, usually only newcomers would come to the Dark Forest to level up. But no matter how powerful an awakened individual was in the early stages of their career, facing a level 20 boss so soon after awakening would leave them no chance of survival.
Boom! But they weren't given time to speculate.
Immediately after, another explosion roared from deep within the Dark Forest.
Clearly, another exploding goblin was detonated. Without a doubt, someone must be fighting the goblin leader right now. Go to the depths immediately.
Chuchingyu immediately gave the order, used her acceleration skill, and rushed straight to the depths of the dark forest. She had already begun to suspect that the awakened currently in the depths of the dark forest were very likely the same team that had previously eliminated the Prairie Black Wolf King.
How long has it been?
These little guys actually have such guts, daring to directly trespass into the depths of the dark forest.
You killed Exploding Goblin Elite, gaining experience plus 600.
You killed Goblin Leader Bronze, gaining experience plus 1360.
Level plus 1. You obtained the trait, Creation Refinement Red. On the panel, a trait radiating red light shone dazzlingly.
Lin Shi didn't even bother with the Goblin Leader's drops, first browsing the new red trait.
Current trait, Creation Refinement.
Effect: you can select a primary piece of equipment, and use any other equipment or item as material for refinement in forging.
Quality and effects are stacked.
Each quality promotion counts as a new piece of equipment.
There is no upper limit to the refinement effect. Oh wow!
Even though he had long realized the power of red traits, Lin Shi was still moved. Once equipment in this world was formed, it would no longer change. At most, it could only be upgraded using specific materials. But even then, it could only improve limited attribute effects, and most would not exceeded the level cap.
When Awakened reached higher levels, these weapons would naturally lose their usefulness.
Or they would simply run out of durability and become junk.
And now,
Lin Shi, however, could use the effect of the Creation Refinement trait to treat all equipment as forging materials for recycling.
Even items that weren't equipment could be used.
Of course, he would also gain all attributes from the newly forged equipment. Making good use of waste, that's what this is.
The smile on Lin Shi's face became uncontrollable.
Both the school's forging room and his home had a pile of equipment he had forged earlier. Especially the first batch of equipment he forged, it wasn't easy to sell, and useless to keep.
Now, they could all come in handy.
However, it seems that how attributes are specifically increased after forging and refining still needs further research. Calming his mind, Lin Shi had already decided that after he returned, he would try out the effect of this trait. He was very certain what this meant. Even with the easiest materials to collect daily, he could completely forge equipment of far superior quality than ordinary gear.
After checking the trait,
Lin Shi then turned his attention to the items dropped by the Goblin Leader and the exploding goblins.
A ring?
Lin Shi's eyes immediately lit up.
General ring equipment usually had storage grid functionality.
What he currently lacked most was precisely more storage grids.
It's just common grade equipment, and it only has 7 storage grids.
Lin Shi, however, had no regrets. He could completely wait until he returned to sacrifice and refine the rings he held. As for other things, there were still 2 pieces of bronze gear. Lin Shi accepted them all, content.
Level 10 now, I can learn a second skill.
Awakeners can learn a new skill every 5 levels, and he was currently maintaining the fire person state from his calcination skill.
And in his memory, the blacksmith's next skill should be appraisal, which could appraise hidden attributes on equipment.
It was just that Lin Shi seemed to be a bit unlucky at the moment, as he hadn't yet dropped any such equipment. Speaking of which, I still haven't found a chance to replicate a suitable skill. Lin Shi still remembered the replication effect of the past revisited entry.
Boom! But just then,
a long sword formed from ice sharply pierced through the gloomy forest, cutting through passing trees and forcefully carving out a path in the dense jungle.
Mage's ice sword art?
Lin Shi was stunned. This was
someone sending a pillow when he was sleepy? Replicate!
Lin Shi replicated the skill without hesitation. Ice sword art was a skill that some mage classes could only learn at level 10. It had a short cooldown, high damage, but a slightly higher mana cost.
But for Lin Shi currently, it was absolutely perfect.
He also realized the person casting this skill should definitely not be a level 10 awakener, but someone of a higher level.
They might have even undergone a class advancement after level 30.
Otherwise, ice sword art wouldn't be this powerful. And this was even when the opponent was using ice sword art to clear a path through the gloomy forest. Those who can come here at this stage must be the Xia city guard? Lin Shi roughly guessed the identity of the newcomers. He didn't intend to reveal his special abilities. After thinking for a moment, he simply continued to maintain his flame-covered state. The release effective skills would increase with the improvement of spiritual attributes. The current Lin Shi could completely cover himself in flames, even turning himself into a giant of fire. And at this moment, Xu Qingyu and her 3 team members had already arrived. A blazing ball of fire appeared before their eyes. Instantly, Xu Qingyu's pupils contracted. What kind of monster was this? It had never appeared in the gloomy forest before. A long sword equipment, faintly radiating golden light, appeared in her hand. No, it's not a monster. As if realizing something, she immediately raised her fair hand towards the 3 people beside her, to prevent her teammates from provoking the opponent out of caution. If the fiery giant in front of them was a monster, it must be a powerful boss. But the opponent didn't have a health bar. In that case, at least, the opponent wasn't a monster that would fight them. Is it an awakened? Xu Qingyu tentatively took a step forward, putting away the sword in her hand. Hello, we are the city guard of Xia City, patrolling the dark forest. We heard some commotion over here, so we came to check it out. This also aligned with Lin Qi's predictions. The several exploding goblins that had been with the goblin chieftain earlier were all elite monsters, and they were also carrying baskets of bombs. And their death passive was to explode on the spot. I'm here to collect some materials, Lin Qi's layered voice echoed from within the flames. Collecting materials? Xu Qingyu's gaze sharpened. Under normal circumstances, awakened collecting materials from monsters also have level restrictions. An awakened who is 10 levels higher than a monster would find it difficult to obtain corresponding materials from that monster. As for equipment, that would certainly not drop. So, at this time, it would be virtually impossible for anyone to come to a place like the Dark Forest. In previous years, only before guild recruitments, those awakened who intended to join top guilds would come in teams. And since the person in front of them was an awakened who came here to collect materials, that could only mean that the other party likely possessed some kind of bonus effect that could bypass level restrictions. Moreover, the other party's level must also be absolutely high. Earlier, we heard in the green grassland that someone killed a Wolf King boss. Xu Qingyu probed again. She couldn't help but connect the situation in the green grassland with this flaming giant in front of her. Even now, she couldn't figure out what hidden profession the other party had. Transforming into a flaming giant. She had never heard of any profession that could do this below level 6 Tai. That was also me, Lin Shi admitted frankly. He didn't want to be too much trouble, and he estimated that leveling up later would also cause some commotion. There was no need to waste time with the city guard. Then how long will you stay here? Xu Qingyu asked again. Logically, in this situation, the other party should register with the city guard. But she felt that since the other party hadn't removed their skill effect yet, they probably didn't want to cause extra trouble. Less than a month at the latest, we'll see. Lin Shi waved his hand and turned to walk towards the other side of the dark forest. He planned to collect another batch of materials on his way back. Xu Qingyu opened her mouth, still having some questions she wanted to ask. But she noticed that the flaming giant in front of her merely moved its feet, and instantly vanished from sight. So fast! She exclaimed in surprise. Captain, what kind of agility would that be? A teammate beside her asked blankly. They realized. The fact that the flaming giant stopped to talk to them for a few words was already a great sign of respect. If the other party truly wanted to leave, they wouldn't have even seen them. Xu Qingyu rubbed her temples, shaking her head helplessly. Now, the doubts are resolved. At least we can confirm that no newly awakened individuals are currently seeking their own demise. They were previously terrified that a newly awakened seed might have been too ambitious and inadvertently brought about their own end. But now, it seems there's an even bigger problem. An awakened of such a high level did not follow regulations to report to Summer City first. Their identity is likely problematic. Let's withdraw the team for now. I'll go report to the city lord. In a few days, the various guilds will start sending people ahead of time to scout for new recruits. Chu Qingyu's face was full of displeasure, her small face so cold that the teammates around her felt somewhat uneasy. Every time around this period, it's all overtime. I'm going to quit this job and go to the front lines. Xia City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Xia Yang frowned, glancing at the gathered principals before him. I've received intelligence that this year's abyssal descent might affect our Xia City. As his voice fell, everyone's expressions turned grim. The abyssal descent, an annual event, appears randomly across the world. It's similar to a dungeon, but a large number of monsters will emerge from the abyss. New recruit awakenings in various schools, as well as guild recruitment, are also scheduled around this time. This is precisely because before the abyssal descent, there's a higher chance of powerful hidden professions appearing. No wonder Xia City has more hidden professions this year than in previous years. I've already reported to the higher-ups. Plus, with people from the various guilds coming down for recruitment, we should be able to resist the abyssal monsters. City Lord Xia sighed, I hope it's not too late. Everyone remains silent. The abyssal descent couldn't halt the new recruits' leveling. Only awakened who overcome difficulties and grow on their own will become stronger. However, the dangers Xia City was about to face were unimaginable. Whoosh! A colossal ice sword, more than 10 meters long, pierced through the gloom of the forest, gleaming brightly in the sunlight. Then it slashed down fiercely, cutting down one tree after another. You killed a goblin pitcher, gained experience plus 380. You killed a goblin warrior, gained experience plus 390. You killed abyssal goblin, gained experience plus 620. Level plus 1. Lin Shi shrugged, looking at the gloomy forest that had been cleared by his ice sword technique. With his current mental attributes, the release effect of this ice sword technique was quite effective. Moreover, gaining experience this way was faster than hammering away one blow at a time. Were there any strange things mixed in with the monsters I eliminated? Lin Shi glanced at the prompt, slightly startled. Abyssal goblin? When did such monsters appear in the gloomy forest? Soon, Lin Shi realized the current situation. This is... The abyssal descent has appeared nearby. He had learned about the abyssal descent during his 2.5 years at Xia City High School. Intelligence also mentioned that some awakened at the front lines would also see a corner of the abyss in the currently developed world. It seemed the awakened in Xia City were about to be busy. Lin Shi didn't think much further, looking down at his experience bar. With the bonus from the ice sword technique, he estimated he could accumulate another large wave of experience, nearly reaching level 12, before heading back. As for the golden attribute he obtained this time, Lin Shi was very concerned about it. Current entry, Attribute Weaving. Effect, allows you to freely change your own or forged equipped gear's original attributes to other attributes. Able to freely change the allocation of my own and my equipment's base attribute values. Lin Shi's eyes gleamed brightly. For instance, if he didn't need spirit, he could completely change his own spirit attribute to be added to his strength attribute. Or take the Great Stone King's hammer in his hand, which purely adds strength. If he wanted to, he could completely change the strength bonus of the Great Stone King's hammer to a spirit bonus, making it function like a staff. This can be entirely based on the effect I want to achieve. Lin Shi marveled. Of course, some drawbacks were also apparent. That is, the total amount of original attribute points remains unchanged. The Great Stone King's hammer adds a total of 120 strength. Even if changed to add spirit, it would still be a maximum of 120 attribute points. But for Lin Shi, this wasn't something to dwell on. As long as enough attribute points were added, there were no drawbacks. Back to Xia City. The ring dropped by the Goblin Chieftain was now playing a significant role, allowing Lin Shi to store more materials. Ice Sword's skill was absolutely invincible in the gloomy forest. Lin Shi didn't even need to actively search for monsters, he just used ice sword skill to clear the way.
Almost every ice arrow that landed brought in a wave of decent experience. He barely saw any traces of goblins on his way back. However, he would occasionally discover the presence of abyssal goblins from the elimination notifications. Evidently, monsters were continuously emerging from the abyss.
By the time Lin Shi returned to Xia City, he was not far from reaching level 12 in terms of experience.
The remaining experience can be made up through forging.
After returning to his home blacksmith shop, Lin Shi didn't rush to forge this time. Instead, he planned to first try to refine his existing equipment. He first took out 2 hammers and placed them on either side of the forging table. Then he swung the Great Stone King's hammer in his hand and struck it heavily.
Refinement successful. You obtained a black iron great hammer.
As a fiery glow enveloped the 2 hammers, the light dissipated. On the forging table, only 1 hammer remained, quietly placed.
It's still common grade equipment, its quality hasn't been promoted.
Lin Shi rubbed his chin, gaining a general understanding.
2 common pieces of equipment naturally couldn't easily refine into a bronze item. However, he did notice,
that the strength attribute originally added by the black iron great hammer had improved.
At least every refinement can improve the equipment's attributes.
This is actually quite astonishing.
Normally,
awakened individuals can only enhance their equipment attributes by socketing gems or using other buffs. What's more, the forging and refining process Lin Shi performs has absolutely no upper limit.
Clang! Clang! Clang!
The sledgehammer in Lin Shi's hands continuously struck down, continuing the refinement process. Anyway, he had more than enough equipment in stock to squander.
Refinement successful.
You have successfully forged 1 black iron sledgehammer bronze, gaining strength plus 70, constitution plus 10. After consuming about 10 pieces of equipment, the fiery glow on the black iron sledgehammer in front of him receded, revealing a faint bronze luster.
A huge profit.
Lin Shi grinned.
For example, this bronze-grade black iron sledgehammer, if sold, would definitely fetch dozens of times more than ordinary equipment.
Now, the equipment and materials in stock can finally be cleared out. Lin Shi felt a wave of relief. All the equipment he had hoarded at school and at home finally had a purpose. After roughly figuring out the consumption for upgrading quality, Lin Shi decided to refine a dozen pieces of equipment at once. Your World Merchant card has successfully received 103 gold coins and 42 silver coins.
Please check your account. At this moment,
a message notification caught Lin Shi's attention. That bronze shield has been auctioned off. Lin Shi's heart stirred. The shield he had initially set with a reserve price of 50 gold coins had actually sold for double the price.
There are still so many rich people in the world. Lin Shi couldn't help but sigh. Over 100 gold coins, that's enough for him to buy another house in Xia City. And in front of him, multiple bronze pieces of equipment were still displayed. After all, it's a level 5 bronze gear.
Lin Shi recalled the abyss monsters he had eliminated in the gloomy forest earlier. The arrival of the abyss near Xia City probably made some major forces realize the crisis. To ensure their offspring could survive this crisis, they didn't hesitate to spend large sums of money to purchase such powerful equipment, especially in the early stages. This also meant that when Lin Shi sold equipment later, the price would also increase accordingly. He set those thoughts aside for now. Lin Shi continued with the refinement and forging.
Refinement successful.
You have successfully forged 1 Great Stone King's hammer gold, gaining strength plus 270, and acquiring the skill-shattering blow.
Finally.
After consuming a lot of equipment, the fiery glow on the Great Stone King's hammer in front of Lin Shi receded, revealing a golden luster.
A golden weapon.
Lin Shi looked at its attributes.
The Great Stone King's hammer, which originally only added 120 points of strength, now added more than double that. Moreover, its original special effect had truly evolved into a skill. Skill, Shattering Blow. Mana cost, 300.
Effect: enhances the status of the next attack, damage increased by 50%, ignores 20% of enemy armor, guaranteed critical hit.
A considerably powerful armor-piercing skill.
Lin Chi's eyebrow arched slightly.
This skill is equivalent to adding a new buff effect to himself. Once activated, no matter what attack method he uses for his next strike, he will receive the same benefit. Lin Chi assessed.
Now, with a single hammer strike, few in the entire Summer City should be able to withstand it. After forging all the materials and completing another round of refinement, only then did Lin Chi contentedly return to his room to sleep. Upon waking up, as soon as Lin Chi opened his door, he noticed that a fully equipped, high-level city defense team was passing by on the street outside. A large number of abyssal creatures have been discovered in the west of the city. Newly transitioned awakened individuals are advised not to go. There are fewer abyssal creatures in the east of the city. It is recommended to go under the supervision of high-level awakened individuals. This year, an abyssal descent has also occurred near our Summer City. I'm afraid it will be hard to be safe even inside the city, won't it? It is said that in recent years, during abyssal descents, there have been cases where entire cities were annihilated. Some pedestrians on the street were also discussing it, with an air of pervasive worry. This kind of abyssal descent situation occurs near multiple cities every year. Each time, it brings a great crisis. Sometimes, even high-level awakened individuals from the front lines of world exploration would come down to provide support. But even so, there are still cities that are directly annihilated. Lin Chi heard the news from outside, and his heart stirred slightly. The greater the storm, the greater the catch. He also knew that among the abyssal creatures brought by the abyssal descent, many abnormal abyssal creatures would appear. Their power was naturally great. But likewise, they would also drop valuable loot. However, many high-tier combatants in the world were active on the world's front lines, making it difficult for them to arrive in time to support the rear. Closing his door, Lin Chi immediately headed to the west of the city. Originally, he had planned to continue going to the gloomy forest to level up, but now it was simpler. Killing abyssal creatures could raise his level, so he didn't need to bother planning leveling spots. Whoosh! As soon as Lin Chi arrived outside the city, he saw various skills glowing here, bombarding the abyssal monsters ahead. The area further ahead was already enveloped by a black mist. Visibility was difficult to penetrate the mist. The deeper one went, the denser the mist became. The high-level awakened individuals in Summer City were mostly concentrated here. Lin Chi glanced around. For everyone, the abyssal descent was both a crisis and an opportunity. If they could overcome it, they would gain a large amount of experience and equipment. If they couldn't endure it, the entire city would be annihilated. He walked to a spot where the mist was relatively dense and immediately cast his incineration skill. In one hand, the Great Stone King's hammer blazed with fierce flames, while in the other, he cast Ice Sword Art. Secret technique, ice and fire, twofold heaven. Lin Chi muttered to himself. He slammed his fist into the depths of the mist ahead. 870. 1230. 1800. Instantly, bloody numbers floated through the black mist. Before stepping into the black mist, Lin Chi had already discovered the monsters hidden within. These abyssal creatures seemed to be becoming cunning. Lin Chi had noticed for a long time. The abyssal creatures that some high-level awakened had previously dealt with were actually able to dodge based on the skills released by their opponents. However, putting aside the fiery great hammer in his hand, and the 40-meter-long ice sword, could they really dodge that? He was no longer in a hurry to kill a wave of enemies and then go back to forging equipment. First, fight his way to the abyss entrance. Level up as much as he can. Whoosh! In front of a patch of black mist, Chu Qingyu gripped her greatsword tightly, slashing fiercely at the abyssal monster in front of her, then quickly retreated. Mages, support. Control from the rear, keep up. She tried her best to control her breathing, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. At this stage, the abyss's arrival had just begun. The true abyss entrance hadn't even opened yet.
However, after continuous battles, she had specifically called for one of the few epic quality pieces of equipment in Xia City. The greatsword in her hand was also the only piece of equipment with a relatively low-level requirement that she could currently use. Boom! But just then, a gust of wind suddenly blew, first bringing a hint of coldness, followed by a surge of heat. Chu Qingyu turned her head suspiciously, then her pupils suddenly constricted. "Captain, it's that flame giant!" a team member exclaimed. In the black mist in the distance, a 40-meter-long ice greatsword distinctly appeared. It somewhat resembled a mage's ice sword spell. But Chu Qingyu had never seen such a large ice sword spell before. This was suspected to be a higher-level skill. What was even more terrifying was that the dense black mist was almost scorched by the flames. Within it, a tall flame giant could be seen, swinging a flaming great hammer, violently striking the black mist further ahead. Flames burst forth. Even the surrounding black mist was dispelled by the flames, and rolling heat waves spread outwards at a visible speed. Just what level of awakened is this person? A team member who had previously followed Chu Qingyu to the gloomy forest murmured aloud. Not to mention the ice sword art he unleashed, which was over 40 meters long. Just the unimaginably powerful flame giant hammer alone, with a single strike, was actually able to shatter the abyssal black mist. And this, it seemed, was still more like a mere normal attack. Especially after the black mist dissipated. The awakened around them could clearly notice. Where the black mist had been, there was no trace of any abyssal monsters anymore. Instead, there were materials scattered all over the ground. He said he came here just to collect materials. Could it be that even abyssal creature materials he wants to collect? Chu Qingyu gazed at the figure of the flame giant. It seemed that even now, this flame giant hadn't truly displayed its full power. When she had seen this awakened in the gloomy forest before, the fiery figure he displayed definitely wasn't this tall or this large. What kind of hidden class is this? Chu Qingyu was puzzled. In the past, the strategies and intelligence reported from the front lines never mentioned skills with such release effects. She suspected that even if the other party was a rare hidden class, he would certainly not be an unknown individual. "Captain, is he going to explore deeper?" a team member asked Chu Qingyu in surprise. Further ahead in the black mist, there were even more powerful abyssal creatures. And currently, what the awakened in Xia City could do was merely to try their best to prevent the spread of the abyssal black mist. Any deeper, and there would be no other awakened support. It was clear that the flame giant was quite confident. Let him go. An awakened of this level understands the abyss no less than we do, Chu Qingyu said in a deep voice. Meanwhile, in the black mist ahead, Lin Chi consistently cleared a path with his ice sword art and the flame giant hammer in his hand, breaking through with irresistible force. Before any abyssal creatures could even be seen, they had already transformed into his experience points. You killed an abyssal demon wolf, gained plus 1220 experience. You killed an abyssal specter, gained plus 1520 experience. You killed an abyssal puppet, gained plus 1370 experience. Level plus 1. You obtained the trait Innate Overlord Body Purple. Leveled up. Lin Chi's heart stirred. He glanced at the newly acquired trait, understanding that it was a trait with an overlord body effect. It could grant immunity to a certain degree of negative effects. Leveling up here is fast. Lin Chi grinned. At this moment, he had already entered the depths of the black mist. Around him, there were no other awakened individuals to be seen. However, he noticed a few dropped pieces of equipment lying quietly not far away. And a ring. Ring of Evil Spirit Silver. Category, Ring. Equipment requirement, Constitution over 100, Spirit over 100. Effect, Storage plus 30 slots. Special effect, Summon an evil spirit of the same level to participate in battle. Description: an item from the abyss, only strong and resilient warriors can withstand the invasion of the abyss. A silver grade ring? Lin Chi picked up the ring, his eyes lighting up.
An extra 30 storage slots would alleviate the trouble of collecting materials.
Items like rings require equipment blueprints to forge.
However, the equipment blueprints that Shin Bailu had given him earlier did not include ring blueprints. Even after he had refined the ring he was wearing previously, its storage capacity had not increased.
I'll have to find a way to get some storage ring blueprints later. Lin Chi pondered. He couldn't let his storage capacity be a limiting factor, could he?
At the same time, he was also curious about what he would gain through the molten core attribute after forging equipment with storage slots. Putting on the ring, Lin Chi swept up the materials, then looked deeper into the black mist. The abyssal creatures he had encountered so far did not have clear level distinctions.
Even the dropped equipment didn't have level requirements, but rather basic attribute requirements.
But Lin Chi knew that abyssal creatures generally had very high attributes, and the abyssal black mist would grant them even greater attribute bonuses. Even the most ordinary abyssal creature, with the black mist's bonus, could exert several times its own power.
Moreover, appearing in large groups, they posed an even greater threat.
Even now, there wasn't much information about the abyss in the world. These types of creatures were extremely special.
Completely different from the monsters wandering the world. Lin Chi didn't think much about it.
In fact, after delving into the black mist, he hadn't truly seen many abyssal creatures. Basically, before he even arrived, his attacks had already cleared out an entire area.
Bring on some tougher monsters.
Lin Chi strode deeper into the black mist. To be honest, he hadn't felt the pressure from abyssal creatures yet.
Gurgle. Gurgle. Suddenly,
in the black mist ahead, which was originally filled with monster roars, a gurgling, bubbling sound of flowing liquid suddenly emerged. It sounded like a very viscous liquid, constantly boiling as if it were being heated.
Meanwhile,
a thick health bar also appeared in Lin Chi's vision.
A boss had finally appeared.
Lin Chi smiled with satisfaction.
Outside the black mist. After Lin Chi went deep, the awakened ones outside felt much more real multiply ed.
The abyssal creatures they were originally fighting were constantly emerging from the abyss. Lin Chi was essentially cutting off the retreat of the abyssal creatures.
Whoosh!
The epic greatsword cleaved down fiercely, and Shu Qingyu sliced the abyssal creature in front of her in half with one stroke. Only then did she turn to gaze into the depths of the black mist. It was pitch black there, and nothing could be seen. But the occasional strange noises undoubtedly proved to them that the flame giant was constantly fighting through the abyssal creatures, going deeper into the black mist.
Captain, do you think that person is from the Vanguard raid team?
A team member leaned over and asked.
That flame giant was too fierce.
Moreover, as the opponent went deeper into the black mist, they clearly heard the strange noises caused by their battle gradually diminish.
This indicated that the opponent was getting closer to the source of the black mist. Shu Qingyu shook her head. She was also speculating about the awakened one's identity.
But there was no real need for the other party to disclose it to them.
Gurgle. Gurgle. But just then,
Shu Qingyu heard the sound of liquid flowing, and her expression suddenly changed. She distinctly noticed. In the black mist ahead, dark liquid was actually flowing and spreading from the ground.
This is...
Her body couldn't help but tense up, gripping her greatsword tightly.
Abyssal Guardian.
The strongest boss-level creature in the black mist before the abyss truly opened. Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately shouted to everyone around.
Retreat quickly. Avoid the black liquid. If awakened ones merely touch these black liquids, their total HP will continuously decrease.
Unless purified, this negative status effect will be difficult to recover from. She glanced into the depths of the black mist again. That awakened one, she feared, was truly in danger.
Xia City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Xia Yang frowned, looking at the several people in front of him, and said, "The price you're quoting, isn't it a bit too high?"
The people in front of him were from several powerful guilds. They had arrived in Xia City early today, which allowed them to serve as part of Xia City's high-tier combat strength. Of course, even if these people couldn't play a decisive role, they could at least alleviate the shortage of manpower. And in front of him, a lean man chuckled and shook his head. City Lord Xia understands the rules, but these past years haven't been easy for any of our guilds. And with the abyss descending, we're also risking our lives. 800 gold coins per person isn't too high a price. 800 gold coins was enough to buy an apartment in a first-tier city. Xia Yang knew these people were taking advantage of the situation, but he indeed needed their help. These people were indeed risking their lives, and he had to incentivize the first awakened individuals to arrive. Only then would it be possible to get the powerful awakened individuals who arrived later to continue helping. After a moment of apparent contemplation, Xia Yang's expression suddenly softened. Alright then, since abyssal creatures are currently emerging, I will offer prices based on each of your specific strengths. If someone can reach the abyssal entrance, then not to mention 800 gold coins, I can even pay 2,000 gold coins. How could a person in power be stumped by such a small problem? But that's precisely how bargaining works. One still needs to maintain appearances. Several awakened individuals exchanged glances. They knew that someone of Xia Yang's status wouldn't lie. Then it's a deal. You killed the abyssal guard and gained experience plus 4798. Level plus 1. You obtained the trait, Robust Physique Blue. Level 13. Lin Shi glanced at his experience bar and stretched his limbs. The abyssal guard, the strongest boss-level creature before the abyssal entrance opened. It was itself boosted by the abyssal black mist, and it possessed a rather nasty negative effect, capable of spreading black liquid over a wide area. This directly led to many awakened individuals being unable to approach the abyssal guard's main body. Stepping on the black liquid, even a tiny drop would continuously deduct from one's total HP limit. If one encountered other abyssal creatures on the way, it would naturally be very dangerous. However, Lin Shi did not feel this power. He instantly killed it with one move, so what else was there to say? He didn't immediately check the items dropped by the abyssal guard but instead looked towards the abyssal entrance further ahead. It was a dark, flat surface, shimmering with starry points of light like a night sky, constantly rippling. Abyssal entrance, not yet open. Countdown to opening, 3 days, 12 hours, 28 minutes. Current abyssal buff, level 2. Lin Shi retracted his gaze from the abyssal entrance and shrugged. He knew that when the abyssal entrance truly opened, awakened individuals would also be able to pass through it into the abyss. However, such situations were rare. Because the creatures pouring out of the abyss would undergo a qualitative change. Under normal circumstances, awakened individuals simply couldn't fight their way into the abyss. In fact, some intelligence records even mentioned an abyssal dragon that once appeared in the abyss, a single dragon that annihilated an entire city. Even if it doesn't open, as time passes, the creatures emerging from the abyss will become stronger and stronger. At the same time, the amplification effect of the abyssal black mist will also gradually increase. Lin Shi mused. Although he had reached the entrance of the abyss, he hadn't had his fill of fighting yet. He had only gained 2 levels since arriving here, which had not met Lin Shi's expectations. He simply kept his forging skill active, standing there at the abyssal entrance, waiting for the next wave of abyssal creatures to emerge. Only then did he turn his attention to the items dropped by the previous abyssal guard. Shadow of the Abyss Gold. Category, Necklace. Equipment requirements, Constitution over 200, Spirit over 500. Effect, Strength plus 125, Agility plus 125. Special effect, Corroding Territory active skill, mana cost 500, releases corrosive liquid, covering a 10-10 meter area, dealing 200 total max HP per second to enemies entering the area. Description, an item imbued with abyssal aura. If the holder's mind is not firm, they will gradually fall into the abyss. Guard's sword silver. Category, Weapon. Equipment requirements, Constitution over 200, Spirit over 100. Effect, Strength plus 250. After stowing all these items into his ring, Lin Shi was most interested in the gold quality equipment among them. Shadow of the Abyss Necklace, can it release a liquid area similar to the abyssal guards? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow.
Undeniably, this skill was quite disgusting. But now, he could use it too.
It's a pity this wasn't equipment I forged myself. Lin Shi shook his head. Equipment skills have a fixed upper limit. It's not that the higher the spirit value, the more astonishing the effect. But even now, Lin Shi was very satisfied. He planned to refine this necklace as well once he returned. If it could be upgraded in quality, then the skill would naturally become his. Indeed, as the strength of monsters increases, the drop rate of items also increases. Lin Shi seemed to realize something, and once again looked towards the entrance to the abyss ahead. At the abyssal entrance, ripples like a starry sky surged once more,
gradually forming a vortex.
Another wave of abyssal creatures was emerging.
1,270. 900. 1,270. 1,460.
However, Lin Shi didn't fully see the abyssal creatures emerge.
The flames engulfing him were currently enormous, large enough to block the current abyssal entrance.
And as soon as creatures emerged from the abyssal entrance, they would suffer burning damage from Lin Shi's flames.
Immediately, dense damage numbers floated up.
Oh, this is good.
Lin Shi's eyes lit up. This saves him the trouble of exploring and finding monsters around. As for the materials scattered all over the ground,
he just needs to reach out and pick them up, and the flames in his hand will also inflict a considerable amount of damage.
The blacksmith's scorching skill can be used this way.
He had been killing too fast before and hadn't noticed. Lin Shi felt that if other blacksmiths, whose main profession is also a blacksmith, could find a way to improve their attributes, they wouldn't actually be weak, aside from lacking offensive skills. No wonder someone like Shin Bailu, who is clearly from a high background, values blacksmiths so much.
Wait. Did I forget something?
Lin Shi suddenly remembered that he was already level 13 and hadn't learned his second-class skill yet.
The blacksmith's next skill is identification, and I haven't learned it yet. He still hasn't dropped any hidden equipment.
This is normal, as awakened ones rarely even see bronze equipment in the early stages,
let alone hidden equipment. In addition, there are some hidden materials that also require the identification skill.
And Lin Shi is very certain
his next class skill will definitely be different from his sub-profession as a blacksmith. Never mind for now, I'll deal with it later. Outside the black mist,
Chu Qingyu scanned her surroundings, a little disoriented. Not far away, the last batch of abyss creatures had been eliminated by other awakened ones. However, no other abyss creatures emerged from the black mist.
Captain, what's the situation now?
A team member asked.
The abyss creatures have all been killed? How could this be? The abyss entrance hasn't even opened yet. How could the descent of the abyss end so easily?
Speaking of which, the corrupted area caused by the Abyss Guardians stopped spreading a long time ago, and it's even been continuously contracting. Another team member was also full of doubts.
This doesn't seem right at all.
The Summer City defense team had long since obtained intelligence on the Abyss Guardians. These creatures are extremely powerful, and with the amplification of the Abyss Black Mist, they are even more disgusting. Even that awakened one, when entering the depths of the Black Mist, should still have to guard against being affected by the corrupted area of the Abyss Guardians, right? However, they only heard a strange sound, and then no other activity came from within.
More importantly,
now there's even a lull in front of them. They haven't seen any other abyss creatures emerge from the black mist for a long time.
Could it be that the abyss entrance is about to increase its amplification level now? Chu Qingyu speculated.
Each time the amplification level of the abyss entrance increases, there will be a pause for a period before abyss monsters continue to surge out.
Of course. In previous records of the abyss's descent, this did not mean that awakened ones had enough time to rest.
Because in most cases, the monsters that had previously emerged from the abyss were already enough for the awakened ones to deal with. When an abyss descends, under normal circumstances, all an awakener can do is merely slow down the spread of the abyss's black mist. What's more, even if awakeners kill all the abyss creatures, they still have to be careful, as monsters that have undergone the next level of abyss enhancement will be even stronger.
Captain, the black mist. It's also dissipating.
A team member murmured, no longer able to hide the surprise in his expression.
Has this ever happened before?
At the very least, Xia City's defense force has no such intelligence.
At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out from not far away.
Your Xia City's awakeners are stronger than I expected. You actually managed to carve out a window of opportunity during the abyss enhancement phase.
Upon hearing this,
Xu Qingyu frowned, turned her head, and saw several awakeners slowly approaching, wearing equipment that was clearly of superior quality.
Had the reinforcements invited by the city lord arrived?
She deduced that these people should be from certain awakener guilds. Guilds that could arrive in Xia City this early probably weren't very powerful. If Xia City had already paid a hefty sum,
was there still any need for such little assistance to arrive? But suddenly, those awakeners clearly noticed something. No, why is the black mist dissipating? Did you arrange for personnel deep within the black mist? One awakener seemed to realize something and immediately asked Xu Qingyu and the others.
Only this could explain the situation of the abyss's black mist.
This meant that
Xia City still had awakeners deep within the black mist, blocking and killing abyss creatures.
Moreover, they must be of a very high level.
No wonder the Xia City Lord wasn't particularly enthusiastic towards them. It turned out he had invited other experts. However, Xu Qingyu was not paying attention to them at this moment, waiting for the black mist to recede. The monsters currently emerging from the abyss were not yet the strongest batch, but for most awakeners in Xia City, they were already extremely difficult.
Not all awakeners, after changing professions, dared to level up disregarding their safety. A considerable number would even fail their first profession change quest after awakening. Gradually,
as the black mist dispersed, people indeed didn't see any other abyss creatures within it. But when the black mist gathered near the abyss entrance,
those foreign awakeners all stared in astonishment.
Near the abyss entrance, they clearly saw a blazing flame rising within the black mist.
That was a huge fiery figure. What profession is that awakener? He is blocking the abyss entrance?
Even they, from guilds, couldn't tell what profession's skill effect this was.
However,
within the black mist, the faint, flickering figure of a fiery giant seemed to just stand there silently.
Yet, miraculously,
not a single abyss creature managed to break through the abyss entrance. The sheer burning damage alone was enough to eliminate the abyss creatures.
Current abyssal amplification, increasing.
Lin Qi shrugged. During this time blocking the gate, he had already reaped a full harvest. Not long after he leveled up, his level increased once again. He was now level 14, having gained a new green stat modifier for precise boost, which increased attack accuracy and critical hit rate.
Furthermore,
his several rings were also already filled with various materials.
It's time to go back and reorganize.
Lin Qi made up his mind. It would take some more time for the abyssal amplification to increase, and during this period, only a small number of creatures would occasionally emerge from the abyssal entrance. There was no need for him to stay here any longer.
He might as well go back and sort things out first. With so many abyssal materials and equipment, if I forge them all, even if I can't forge epic equipment, it shouldn't be too much to forge all my gear into gold quality, right?
Under normal circumstances. Not to mention at his current level, even after level 30, epic quality equipment was rare. Higher quality equipment often came with higher equipment requirements. Lin Qi even knew that, apart from a few top guilds and major factions, ordinary awakeners might find it difficult to even find gold quality equipment for the next level after they change professions or upgrade in the later stages. With different levels, the stat bonuses from high-level common quality equipment might not necessarily be lower than those from low-level high-quality equipment. But Lin Qi didn't care much about these things now.
No equipment could withstand his forging.
Maintaining his smelting skill, he left the abyssal entrance, passing by the awakeners around him.
For a time,
the awakeners' gazes all turned towards him. Xu Qingyu stepped forward a few paces, wanting to communicate with Lin Qi. The power of this awakener before her had exceeded her imagination. But she noticed. The flame giant merely nodded at her, then departed. He was too fast, disappearing from sight in a short time. Such speed also implied an unimaginable agility attribute. Meanwhile, to the side, those awakeners from different guilds also began to murmur. This person. Could they be from one of the top few guilds? This situation truly exceeded their expectations. When Lin Qi returned to Xiaoqing, he clearly noticed that the streets were much emptier now. The abyss's advent was both danger and opportunity. Especially in the early stages, when abyssal creatures weren't very strong, it was most suitable for awakeners to level up. And Lin Qi indeed had no intention of missing the opportunity of the abyss's advent. The further we go, the stronger the abyssal creatures become, the more experience they give, and the higher the drop rate will be. Other awakeners will probably bring out useful items to farm monsters. At the current stage, the Xiaoqing city guard still retained ample strength. As he had seen before, Xu Qingyu and the others were merely maintaining order on the outskirts of the abyssal black mist, restricting the movement range of abyssal creatures. If it truly comes to the point where Xia City needs to fight with all its might, the city guard will definitely bring out many powerful enough items. However, these must currently be held back to deal with the opening of the abyss. And similarly, Lin Qi now also plans to further enhance his attributes. Taking out the previously collected materials from his ring, Lin Qi immediately began forging and refining. The attribute values that these various abyss materials could bring him this time would definitely far exceeded those of the past. You have successfully forged Puppet's Hammer Bronze multiply 1, gaining strength plus 230, spirit plus 80. You have successfully forged Werewolf Necklace Bronze multiply 1, gaining agility plus 170, constitution plus 120. You have successfully forged Guardian Armor Silver multiply 1, gaining constitution plus 280, agility plus 100. It must be said that abyss creature materials are inherently high quality. Among the equipment Lin Qi forged, bronze-colored items appeared frequently. Even silver-quality equipment was no longer uncommon. The attribute boost from each of these pieces of equipment is beyond the reach of even an awakener who has undergone the next class advancement. Lin Qi couldn't help but sigh. After reaching level 30 and undergoing a class advancement, the base attributes gained from subsequent level ups will also receive a corresponding boost. Furthermore, the original free attribute points will even skyrocket to 20 points per level. But even so, other awakeners still couldn't compare to him. Just by forging one piece of bronze quality equipment, he could achieve the effect of an awakener who has undergone the next class advancement, leveling up nearly 10 times. These entries, the more my strength improves, the more significant their effects become. Lin Qi became even more clearly aware of the power of entry amplification. In just half a day, Lin Qi had used up most of the materials he had previously collected. He looked at the array of equipment in front of him, his eyes reflecting a golden glow. After forging and refining, now, the only equipment displayed before him was of gold quality. Every single piece. If I refine all of them, can I produce an epic quality item? Lin Qi was somewhat tempted. Refine. Lin Qi gritted his teeth. These gold-quality pieces of equipment before him would absolutely be considered top-tier items for any awakener at the current stage. One must know, theoretically, gold-quality equipment is already rare even before level 30. But Lin Qi was not satisfied with this. Even if he couldn't refine an epic grade item, wearing these pieces of equipment in front of him would merely be the icing on the cake. He casually used the remaining materials to forge a silver-quality great hammer to serve as a forging tool. Lin Qi then took the Great Stone King's hammer, which was already a gold-quality weapon, as his main equipment, and placed all the other equipment on the forging table. Clang! The forging hammer in his hand fell, striking with a dull yet explosive sound. The roaring flames instantly engulfed all the weapons, and brilliant light burst forth intensely within the blaze. Refinement successful. Immediately after, the light within the blazing fire became even more dazzling, illuminating the entire smithy, and subtly threatening to project through the cracks of the smithy. Lin Chi also noticed. Within the mass of flames before him, intricate runes were distinctly flashing. This was precisely the signature effect of epic quality equipment. It's done! You successfully forged Abyssal Hammer Epic Multiply 1, gaining strength plus 600, gaining skills Falling Shatter, Corrosion Field, Fierce Strength. As the flames gradually receded, a completely black great hammer lay quietly on the original forging table. Complex runic light faintly shimmered upon it, making it appear incredibly heavy. Lin Chi did not rush to pick up the great hammer and weigh it. Instead, he immediately opened his panel to look at the skills acquired from this forging. Skill, Falling Shatter. Effect, enhances the state of the next attack, damage increased by 200%, ignores 50% of enemy armor, guaranteed critical hit, skill comes with shatter damage, allows attack's residual power to affect surrounding areas. Description, evolved and comprehended from the skill, Shattering Strike. Skill, Corrosion Field. Effect, summons a corrosive field covering 30 × 30 meters, inflicting 500 total HP per second on enemies entering the area. Description, a skill from the Abyss, derived from the Abyssal Guard's Corrosive Territory skill. Skill, Fierce Strength. Effect, Passive Skill. When casting a skill, gain a fierce effect, preventing the skill from being interrupted. The Abyssal Shadow Necklace, which came from the Abyssal Guard, had already been refined by Lin Chi. And he was quite satisfied with the results he received. Not only did he acquire the skills that came with it, but the skill effects were also enhanced due to forging epic quality equipment. As for the mana cost of these skills, Lin Chi simply skipped over them. He closed the panel, then finally took the Abyssal Hammer in hand. It still purely increased strength. But compared to the gold quality Great Stone King's hammer, the strength bonus of this Abyssal Hammer was more than just double. A single weapon and equipment comes with 3 skills. TSK. Lin Chi couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. Epic great equipment was indeed powerful. Furthermore, perhaps it was due to the large amount of abyssal materials he used during forging and refinement. The equipment requirements for this great hammer changed from level requirements to attribute requirements. He could use it directly anyway. Speaking of which, after the next class change, many equipment requirements will have a similar restriction added to them. Lin Chi suddenly thought of some equipment requirements after level 30. After all, these were equipment for awakened individuals who had undergone class changes, and the obtained equipment could roughly be assigned according to their profession. However, these restrictions were of no concern to Lin Chi. Attribute values not meeting equipment requirements? Impossible. I'm only level 14, but my attribute values are probably already higher than many high-level awakened ones, right? Even the intelligence from Xiaocheng High School had no specific information after the 3rd job change. But Lin Chi could roughly deduce that. Let alone 3 job changes, even more job changes, the base attributes gained from leveling up simply couldn't compare to his. He reined in these thoughts. Lin Chi then glanced at his experience bar. After forging the epic Great Abyss Hammer, his experience bar had already reached 4/5. He estimated that with the next leveling session, he would be able to reach level 15. And at that time, the next red modifier would be due for rotation. He looked at the sky. Due to the advent of the abyss, Xiaocheng was now enveloped in thick dark clouds, making it impossible to see the starry sky. But Lin Chi wasn't sleepy, so he simply walked out of his home. The experience needed for leveling up is increasing. Lin Chi shook his head. Even he had to push himself now. But no matter what, his current leveling speed was already astonishing. Novice awakened ones have a month to raise their level as quickly as possible. But in past years, the awakened ones in Xiaocheng, after a month of leveling, generally reached a maximum of only 20-something levels. A considerable number of awakened ones found it difficult to even reach level 15. And it had only been a few days since he awakened, and even with a balance of work and rest, he had already achieved this. Lin Chi first glanced in the direction of the West City. The abyss amplification level had definitely increased again. But he wasn't in a hurry to go immediately. Instead, he rushed to the exchange. When refining equipment earlier, he hadn't been so crazy as to put his rings in as well. But his storage space was still insufficient. He decided to check the exchange to see if there were any suitable storage rings, and preferably, forging blueprints. Due to the advent of the Abyss, the entire city of Xiaoqing was bustling with activity. The exchange, naturally, had no closing hours. When Lin Shi walked in, he saw awakened ones almost everywhere. To cope with the descent of the Abyss and seize the opportunity to level up, awakeners are all contemplating purchasing suitable equipment and items. Conversely, there were relatively fewer people at the counter selling rings. Not everyone can be like Lin Shi, able to harvest a storage ring full of materials or equipment every time they go out to level up. Lin Shi stood in front of the equipment sales counter, scanned the surroundings, and slightly furrowed his brow. The best rings suitable for me are only bronze quality. There were rings of higher quality here, but they all had relatively higher level requirements. Accustomed to the equipment he forged himself, Lin Shi really didn't think much of these pieces of equipment. After a moment of thought, Lin Shi went around to the other side to look for forging blueprints sold in the exchange. He decided he might as well forge the rings himself later. It wasn't long. Lin Shi's gaze settled on a blueprint. It was a blueprint for forging a ring. As long as it's successfully forged, it's guaranteed to be bronze grade. Moreover, the description above explicitly stated, suitable for forging with abyssal materials. Forging preview, black mist ring bronze quality, 10 slots, plus 45 strength, plus 45 spirit, equivalent wearing requirements. Current auction price, 23 gold coins. Buyout price, 30 gold coins. Lin Shi directly bought it at the buyout price. Ring forging blueprints were not common in Xia City, especially those suitable for forging with abyssal materials. It's likely someone obtained this blueprint long ago and chose to sell it now, coincidentally with the descent of the Abyss. A bronze quality ring is naturally not considered great, but Lin Shi has creation refinement. Subsequently, Lin Shi then took out a few remaining abyssal materials, listed them on the trading board, and left swiftly without further delay. Spending 30 gold coins all at once, Lin Shi still felt a bit of a pang in his heart at the moment. But it wasn't a big problem. He would sell some unused materials later and have enough gold coins again. After a brief rest at home, Lin Shi took advantage of the night to once again venture outside the city. Due to the increased abyssal amplification level, the black mist outside the city had not dissipated because of his earlier blocking. Instead, the area it enveloped had grown larger. Unleash the Scorch skill. Lin Shi once again transformed into a flame giant and stepped into the black mist. 1790. 2390. 1980. Numbers tinged with the color of flames floated up one after another. The abyssal creatures now appearing in the black mist had indeed received a significant boost. Lin Shi also knew that once the black mist's amplification effect reached a certain level, even if these abyssal creatures were injured, as long as they were within the black mist, they would gain a health recovery buff, and their defense and attack power would also increase accordingly. Therefore, other awakeners would face considerable pressure unless they could kill these monsters in one blow. Even if they could clear a large area, they would have to guard against running out of mana. But these things were not within Lin Shi's consideration. Ice Sword technique released, sweeping in all directions, once again bringing up large damage numbers. At the same time, Lin Shi's experience bar was increasing at a visible rate. Even if he only stayed in the outer perimeter until dawn, he would be able to reach level 15. New red attributes were already beckoning to him. Xia City Lord's Mansion. City Lord Xia Yan looked at the map laid out before him, his expression grave. Currently, the main Abyss entrance is still the one in the West City. The Abyss amplification effect is increasing the fastest there. It can basically be concluded that this abyssal descent is primarily focused on the West City. When the Abyss descended, the entire Xia City was affected, and naturally, there wouldn't be just one entrance. However, the amplification effect was currently strongest at the Abyss entrance in the West City. Xu Qingyu nodded. There are simply too few high-level awakened ones in Xia City, and we still cannot estimate the true intensity of this abyssal descent. I wonder if the supplies kept in the city will be enough. Xia City, after all, was just a small city located in the rear, and there were no suitable leveling grounds for high-level awakened ones nearby. Therefore, it was only a place suitable for new awakened ones to grow in their early stages. Facing the abyssal descent, it was somewhat difficult. Xia Yan looked at Chu Qingyu and said, I looked into the information about that awakened one who can transform into a flame giant, and I couldn't find any profession with the same skill effect. But if he can also help us face the abyssal descent, and we encounter him again, we can show him some goodwill. I wonder if he comes from some top guild. To this, Chu Qingyu nodded. They knew too little about that awakened one. But at this moment, outside the room, a figure quickly walked in. City Lord, the abyss entrance in the north of the city is about to open. Upon hearing this, Xia Yang's gaze immediately sharpened. This abyssal entrance wasn't opening at the same time. Send full support to the North City first. He ordered immediately. Level +1. You acquired the attribute, washing away the lead red. Outside the abyss entrance in the East City, Lin Shi blocked the entrance with the flaming hammer in his hand. After a series of experience gain notifications, a glow of leveling up finally bloomed around him. Level 15. A new red attribute also appeared on Lin Shi's panel. Current attribute, washing away the lead. Effect, when collecting materials, all essences of the target can be condensed into any single material. The quality of the material will be correspondingly improved. Can be automatically collected and stored, with no upper limit. Good heavens, such a washing away the lead. Lin Shi's heart stirred. Originally, when he defeated a monster, he had to collect materials from each part of the monster individually, and the materials weren't fixed. Although it was somewhat automatic, he still couldn't avoid putting them into his storage ring. Now, it was much more convenient. Whatever forging materials he needed afterward, he could just automatically collect them using any material as a base. Moreover, if the monster's strength was high enough, the quality of the materials would also improve. Higher quality materials naturally have a higher chance of forging good equipment. So does that mean, if I kill a regular boss, I have a chance to collect bronze quality materials? Lin Shi then turned his gaze towards the entrance of the abyss. An abyssal guard just spawned from the abyss entrance and, before taking 2 steps, fell under Lin Shi's flame scorching. Immediately after, a crystal core automatically appeared, then suddenly vanished. With just a thought from Lin Shi, the crystal nucleus from earlier appeared before him. Materials, Abyssal Guard Crystal Gold. It really did improve by 1 rank. Lin Shi's eyes lit up. At the entrance to this abyss, a boss appears at regular intervals. He collected materials from multiple Abyssal Guardians. However, a silver quality Abyssal Guardian crystal would only occasionally appear, even the drop rate for this type of material wasn't guaranteed. And now, this material actually turned into gold quality. In addition to that, Lin Shi also realized a very serious problem. Then what use is a ring to me? I shouldn't have bought that ring blueprint. After acquiring this entry, the amount of materials he could store simply had no upper limit. The problem that had always plagued Lin Shi was easily resolved. However, Lin Shi glanced at the pile of equipment stored in the ring's inventory and put those thoughts away. Alright, the ring's slots are still useful for now. After all, it can still store the equipment that drops. These pieces of equipment can also be taken back for refining. Monsters don't just drop equipment and materials, sometimes they drop skill books and some even rarer items. But then again, this way, Lin Shi remained as carefree as ever. No need to worry about material collection and storage anymore, so won't he just casually grind? Current abyssal amplification, increasing. However, it wasn't long. Lin Shi glanced at the abyss entrance before him and pursed his lips. Abyss amplification has entered an upgrade phase again. As the opening of the abyss draws nearer, the abyss amplification effect will become increasingly potent. Before, when Lin Shi was grinding monsters, the abyssal amplification effect had already been upgraded to level 4. He was about to check the black mist for any other stray monsters. Suddenly, Lin Chi heard someone shout in the outer area. The abyss entrance north of the city has opened. The abyss entrance has opened. This meant that, under the current abyss amplification, a large number of monsters would continuously pour out of it. Lin Chi's eyes flashed, and he glanced at the abyss entrance in the black fog not far away. The abyss entrance in the east of the city would still take 2 days to open. But the ones in other places had opened first. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed in the direction north of Xia City. Before the abyss entrance in the east of the city opened, the abyss north of Xia City was definitely the most suitable place for him to level up. He had originally planned to wait for the abyss entrance to open, then break into the abyss. When Lin Chi arrived north of Xia City, the first thing he noticed was that a large area was enveloped in pitch-black fog. From the outer perimeter, he could only see flashes of light intermittently in the black fog, and many skills were covered by the black fog, making it impossible to see anything else. The Xia City Defense Force, however, was still stationed at the edge of the black fog and had not ventured deep inside. They guarded a safe zone for some awakeners to recover their status. At the same time, they prevented abyss creatures from wandering into Xia City. Unlike the wild monsters seen on normal days, these abyss creatures almost all had a negligible roaming range. A new awakener? At this moment, Chu Qingyu passed by Lin Chi and glanced at him. Noticing that Lin Chi wasn't wearing any equipment, she frowned slightly. "Student, which school are you from?" Seeing Lin Chi's situation, she thought he was a young boy who hadn't awakened yet. At this stage, even new awakeners should have started to level up consecutively. Although their equipment wasn't great, they should at least have a few pieces. But Lin Chi came here, let alone equipment, he didn't even have a weapon. Xia City High School, new awakener, Lin Chi stated frankly. He could roughly guess Chu Qingyu's current thoughts and raised the ring on his hand, which was enough to prove his awakener identity. Chu Qingyu sighed softly. Now that the abyss has descended, things are different. I still recommend that you wear equipment before entering the black fog. Also, where are your teammates? She looked around but found only Lin Chi, a lone young man. She rubbed her temples helplessly again. These students nowadays all carried a certain clear foolishness. Coming to the abyss black fog to level up alone without wearing any equipment was too dangerous. Even with the abyss's descent, Xia City, by rule, could not prohibit new awakeners from coming to level up. Only in this way could powerful awakeners be cultivated, instead of wastes who only had levels and equipment. I don't have teammates. Lin Chi spread his hands. It wasn't that teammates would only drag him down. When teaming up to level up, in many cases, there's also an experience bonus. It's just that his situation isn't easy to explain to others, so he's too lazy to team up. No teammates. Chu Qingyu frowned even more, and couldn't help but take another look at the rather handsome young man in front of her. She couldn't see any reclusive qualities in this kid, so why couldn't he even find a team? But this situation isn't entirely uncommon. After a moment's thought, she simply took a scroll out of her ring and, without explanation, shoved it into Lin Chi's hand. This is a combat disengaging scroll. After use, it can help you attract a certain amount of monster aggro. Remember, if you encounter danger in the black mist, never force it. She hoped this foolish young man wouldn't die here before even getting recruited by the guild. She turned and left, to deal with other matters. Lin Chi held the scroll, a little surprised. This item, for him, took up a storage slot. After a moment's thought, he didn't waste her kindness, putting it into his ring to use later if needed, and stepped directly into the black mist. The visibility in the black mist wasn't high, only a small area around him. But as soon as Lin Chi walked in, he saw some boys and girls releasing skills not far away. Lin Chi just glanced around and understood. A few days after the previous awakening, these boys and girls had generally risen to about level 5. For these people, teaming up to deal with a few lone abyssal creatures at the edge of the black mist was already their limit. And as he gradually went deeper, he could also see some higher-level new awakeners. But even at the very front, only a few isolated teams of awakeners could be seen, each person capable of using 2 skills in rotation. In such a short time, reaching level 10 was already considered fast enough. After all, each level up required more experience points. But Lin Shi didn't even plan to take out the abyssal hammer here. Occasionally, some foolish monsters would rush towards him, but he could turn them into forging materials and experience points with his bare hands. Abyssal creatures usually don't have levels, but they do have corresponding attributes. Even new awakeners could gain considerable experience points here. But for Lin Shi, the experience points here were a bit low. He quickly delved deeper into the black mist. Only when there were fewer and fewer normal awakeners around did he finally take out the abyssal hammer. Immediately after, a ball of flame began to envelop his body. He took step after step, heading straight towards the entrance of the abyss. Along the way, abyssal creatures also lunged at him. But as soon as they touched the flames around him, a damage number quickly floated above their heads, and their health bars were instantly emptied. Even just now, Lin Shi's attributes were already quite powerful. Level, for him, was merely a way to acquire affix. Finally, Lin Shi, holding the abyssal hammer covered in flames, crossed a large area of black mist and arrived at the entrance of the abyss. Current abyssal amplification, level 5. The abyssal entrance outside the North City only displayed one piece of amplification information. Other than that, nothing else. But before Lin Shi, a large number of damage figures continuously floated by, causing Lin Shi's experience points to rapidly increase. The abyssal entrance before him had completely opened. After a wave of abyssal creatures was blocked by him, the abyssal entrance before him fully revealed itself. Standing in the black mist, it was like a giant portal, as tall as a 6-story building. Its surface, adorned like a brilliant starry sky, had condensed into a vortex. Abyssal creatures surged out from here. Lin Shi grinned and stepped directly into the abyss. What greeted his eyes was a huge, cylindrical mouth. Surrounded by circles of writhing, ghastly teeth, it suddenly lunged to engulf Lin Shi. Abyssal Worm Gold. A gold tier boss was waiting right from the start. Similar to other abyssal creatures, it also had no specific level classification, but it was affected by the current level 5 abyssal amplification. Whose size is this? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. Whoosh! Starting with ice sword art, the massive long sword, condensed from ice, directly plunged into the abyssal worm's gaping maw, filling it completely. In an instant, countless shards of ice splashed out from within the abyssal worm, scattering in all directions. 10,060. You killed abyssal worm gold, gained experience plus 5,700. This was clearly a more powerful abyssal creature than the abyssal guards. Before Lin Shi's eyes, a tooth quickly gathered light, then vanished without a trace. Besides that, a piece of equipment, emitting a faint golden luster, dropped to the ground. Lin Shi picked up the equipment, only glancing at it briefly before observing the interior of the abyss. Even in the intelligence mastered by Xia City High School, there wasn't much record of the abyssal interior. As far as the eye could see, everything around was shrouded in darkness. But some areas flowed with lava, emitting a faint glow that illuminated the surroundings. However, after scanning the area, Lin Shi couldn't help but frown. Inside this abyss, he surprisingly didn't see many abyssal creatures. Only a few scattered ones, wandering about. This isn't like what the intel said. Lin Shi was puzzled. Didn't they say that the interior of the abyss was extremely dangerous? Even if awakened individuals from the outside could break in, most would perish here. But the monsters here were fewer than those wandering in the black mist outside. Could it be that this abyss is different? Lin Shi pondered. The abyss couldn't simply be treated as a dungeon, it was more like a world, also different from the outside world. Almost every abyssal entrance led to a different area of the abyss. Lin Shi simply walked forward, unafraid of getting lost in the abyss. Old demon Xia, you and I have been trapped in the abyss together, I wonder for how long. In the dark abyss, a pleasant and melodious female voice echoed.
Now that a crack in the abyss has finally opened, are you still planning to guard the abyss core and not let go?
It was a maiden dressed in a pristine white robe, with long hair cascading down, enveloped in a faint glow, appearing utterly sacred. However, beneath her, there was a gigantic magic array. The array was outlined by crimson liquid, and even extended out with crimson chains, binding the maiden. In front of the maiden, there was an old man draped in a black robe, with black mist constantly emanating from his body, looking extremely sinister. On the ground around the old man, there was also a magic array, radiating a bright glow, constantly dispelling the black mist around him. Saintess of the Heavenly Hall, if it weren't for your insistence on snatching my abyss core, how would you and I have been trapped here all this time? The old man let out a chilling laugh. In front of him, there was a mass of extremely dense black mist, as if something was being conceived within it. When Lin Shi followed the light in the abyss and arrived here, he happened to witness this scene. He blinked his eyes in slight bewilderment.
What's going on?
Stumbling into the abyss, only to find a saintess and a demon vying for a treasure.
Where did this bring me? What kind of bizarre things are in the abyss?
From the words of these two, Lin Shi was indeed gathering information. In the currently explored human-occupied areas, there was no such thing as a heavenly hall. However, during these years of exploration, even races like elves and giants have begun to appear in many human-populated cities. Accordingly, awakened individuals also had more career choices. These two might be from outside the currently explored regions. Lin Shi didn't even deliberately use his forging skill, he simply walked forward and observed the two. As a demon attempting to covet the abyss, my heavenly hall naturally must eliminate you. The saintess of the heavenly hall's voice turned a few shades colder. She seemed to sense something, and her gaze suddenly fell upon Lin Shi, who was approaching, scrutinizing him carefully. Old Demon Xia evidently also noticed Lin Shi, and a change of expression flickered across his old face.
A young fellow who mistakenly stumbled in here from an abyss crack?
You've fallen into this place, surely filled with extreme dread.
Do you crave power?
He spoke softly, his words carrying a seductive undertone.
It's a bit like a certain quest scenario. However, there were no quest prompts in the abyss.
Lin Shi had roughly made his judgment.
As for craving power, his strength attribute might not be lower than these two in front of him. Splash!
At this moment, the saintess of the heavenly hall suddenly stood up, causing the crimson chains on her body to clank. She walked to the edge of the magic array, gazing at Lin Shi. Her sacred and flawless face even revealed a hint of pitiful vulnerability.
Little brother, don't believe the devil's deceptions. You must be quite young, aren't you?
It's very dangerous here, quick, come over to big sister. She seemed to naturally possess a sacred and purifying aura that could move the world.
Is this asking me to choose between two factions?
Lin Shi pondered silently in his heart. He glanced at the old man with a face full of wrinkles, then looked at the saintess of the heavenly hall before him.
Immediately after,
a smile spread across Lin Shi's lips.
He immediately stepped towards the saintess of the heavenly hall.
Don't trust her, she doesn't have good intentions either. The old man warned coldly. But Lin Shi paid no mind, already stepping into the crimson array. You are afflicted with a negative status, weakness. You are afflicted with a negative status, imprisonment. You are afflicted with a negative status, mana cleared.
In an instant,
Lin Shi received a series of negative status notifications.
As expected.
Although the interior of the abyss was different from the outside world, it was still a data-driven world. At this moment, however, the saintess of the heavenly hall suddenly pressed close to him.
Soft jade and warm fragrance.
Little brother, you truly are big sister's savior. She whispered into Lin Shi's ear, but in her hand, a staff had conspicuously appeared.
Damn it!
The evil old devil on the other side roared in anger.
Do you know what you've done? You've broken our balance, she'll take my abyssal core.
Meanwhile, the staff in the hand of the saintess of the heavenly hall was already pressed against Lin Shi's front. The smile on her face no longer seemed sacred, but rather revealed a hint of greed. But at this moment, Lin Shi also smiled. A burst of flames suddenly erupted from his body, rapidly covering him entirely. The saintess of the heavenly hall, who was pressed against him, was also immediately scorched by the blazing fire. "Ah, you!" The saintess of the heavenly hall let out a piercing shriek, and her eyes, in the midst of the raging inferno, revealed a look of disbelief. The array here caused even her to suffer from mana depletion, forcing her to rely on absorbing Lin Shi's life force to break the balance. But why could this young man still release skills? Moreover, she clearly felt her own life draining rapidly. You have killed the saintess of the heavenly hall. Level +1. You have obtained the trait Primordial Constitution Gold. No boss rank? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, not even receiving a notification about gaining experience. But he had indeed leveled up directly. This is impossible, you weren't just stumbled into the abyss? On the other side, the evil old devil evidently realized the situation. This young man in front of him was definitely not as simple as merely stumbling into the abyss. Stumbled in? I fought my way in. Lin Shi shrugged. He did notice that, with the death of the Heavenly Palace Saintess, the magical array's radiance around old demon Xia noticeably and rapidly faded. Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon, Lin Shi said calmly. After the Heavenly Palace Saintess was killed, several pieces of equipment dropped on the spot. Lin Shi didn't rush to pick them up, instead, he charged directly towards old demon Xia. Flames blazed, transforming Lin Shi into a fire giant, and in his hand was a giant flaming hammer, which he fiercely slammed down towards old demon Xia's position. It was the first time he had encountered a monster he could communicate with. This clearly shouldn't be something an awakener at the current stage would encounter. However, Lin Shi wasn't just an ordinary level 16 awakener. He couldn't even see the ranks of these two individuals inside the abyss. But what was certain was that both of them were in very bad shape. After all, it had to match the current abyssal entrance. In an abyssal entrance that opened first, generally speaking, abyssal creatures that are too out of balance wouldn't appear. Boom! The giant flaming hammer crashed down, shaking the earth violently. Large swaths of splashing flames landed in all directions, illuminating the entire area brilliantly. You defeated old demon Xia. Level +1. You obtained the affix, skill proficiency purple. The glow of leveling up burst forth again. Leveled up twice. Lin Shi glanced at the spot where the Heavenly Palace Saintess had been, and shook his head. What a pity. He suspected that if he hadn't entered this abyssal entrance at this current stage, and waited until his level had increased further before coming to kill these two, he still should have been able to forcefully level up. But it wasn't a big problem now. Just entering one abyssal entrance had raised him to level 17. This had already saved him a lot of effort. Lin Shi immediately inspected his affix panel. Current affix, Ancient Constitution Gold. Effect, all negative effect resistances increased by 50%. Why isn't it an ancient saint body? Lin Shi grumbled inwardly. After all, it's just a gold affix, what more could he ask for? Current affix, skill proficiency purple. Effect, all skill release effects increased by 30%. Both affixes could provide a considerable boost in strength. Lin Shi was quite satisfied. Presumably due to the unique nature of the Heavenly Palace Saintess and old demon Xia, they didn't drop any materials. But they still left several items on the ground for him. Drops from special monsters in the abyss should contain good stuff, right? Lin Shi swept these items into his bag. Staff of Erosion Epic. Category, Weapon. Equipment requirement? Effect? Description? Necklace of Erosion Epic. Category, Necklace. Equipment requirement? Effect? Description? Corrosion Orb Epic. Category, Weapon. Equipment requirement? The three pieces of equipment dropped all showed question marks for their effects. Clearly, these were hidden attribute items that required appraisal before use. However, Even so, Lin Shi couldn't help but feel his eyes light up. 3 pieces of epic quality equipment, no matter where they were placed, would definitely make anyone drool. I wonder if this epic quality matches the status of those 2. Lin Shi mused, storing the 3 items in his ring. It's also possible that something happened to those 2, and even their equipment was corroded. Besides the equipment, Lin Shi also found a book emitting a faint glow. Skill book. He couldn't help but let out a long breath. After all this grinding, he finally dropped a skill book. The drop rate for these things, at least at the current stage, is practically negligible. At least in Summer City's exchange, there were no skill books for sale. Lin Shi immediately picked up the skill book. Skill, Calamity Proclamation. Mana cost, 1850. Effect, unleashes a magic array covering a 10x10 area, inflicting 3 random negative effects such as weakness, imprisonment, stun, slow, mana drain, HP deduction, increased damage taken on enemies who step into it. Learning requirement, Mage class. Skill books like this generally record the initial effects of a skill. Subsequent improvements can come from increasing skill proficiency or raising one's mental attributes, thereby enhancing the skill's power and effects. Additionally, awakeners who undergo further class advancements will also see an all-around improvement in their skills. As for the power of this skill, Lin Shi had personally experienced it. When he stepped into that crimson magic array, he distinctly suffered multiple negative statuses in an instant. Even his mana was emptied. This skill, even when faced with high-level awakeners, was undoubtedly powerful. However, he didn't need mana. There are class requirements, this is a bit tricky. Lin Shi pouted. If he had to say, the blacksmith class indeed had some limitations in this regard. Neither a ranged nor a melee class. None of these items, which have class requirements, could be used directly. Equipment is easy to deal with, but skills, I'll have to replicate them. Lin Shi decided to find a way to sell this skill book later and then have the buyer demonstrate it in front of him. This skill, combined with the erosion domain skill he had previously acquired, the effect of grinding monsters would be incredibly good. After inventorying the spoils, Lin Shi walked back to the extremely dense black mist. From the situation of the 2 people earlier, they seemed to have been fighting over something, which led to both being trapped in the abyss. But Lin Shi estimated that even if the 2 reconciled, they might not easily walk out of the abyss entrance. He didn't think any further, his gaze falling on the black mist. Well, another item that couldn't be inspected. Not even its quality could be seen. And previous intelligence had never mentioned this item at all. Lin Shi suspected that even appraisal might not be able to identify its effects. Anything those 2 would fight over must be extraordinary. Lin Shi directly put it into his ring. But suddenly, the ring on his hand gradually began to turn black. The storage slots are decreasing? Lin Shi's mouth twitched. This thing was actually wasting rings. Fortunately, it was just an ordinary quality ring. He transferred its contents to other rings, leaving only the abyssal core. Soon, this ring turned completely black. Aside from having only 1 storage slot left, nothing else changed. Ring of Abyssal Erosion. A prefix of abyssal erosion was added to the ring's name. But from this point, Lin Shi could also deduce. This abyssal core was absolutely extraordinary. I'll try appraising it later. Lin Shi hadn't learned the second skill of his current class until now. However, he was already level 17. Now he could learn 2 class skills at once. The later it got, the more useful the blacksmith's skills would be. Glancing around, Lin Shi didn't linger there. The interior of the abyss wasn't entirely traversable. Large areas might have towering mountain ranges, making it impossible to find an end, while others were bottomless abysses. Exploring within the abyss either led to dead ends or getting lost, unable to find an exit. He directly returned the way he came. After exiting the abyss entrance, Lin Shi noticed that awakened individuals were gradually beginning to appear deep within the black mist. However, they were still quite a distance from the abyss entrance. Someone will always want to give it their all. Lin Shi sighed with emotion. Many awakened ones are unwilling to be stuck in their current state and want to take advantage of the abyss's arrival to improve their strength as much as possible. And because Lin Shi had previously fought his way to the entrance of the abyss, the monsters here had noticeably become sparser, and no more monsters had poured out yet. He didn't even use his forging skill, leisurely walking towards the outer edge of the black mist. In the black mist not far away, Shin Bailu held a pure white staff, and a cluster of radiance quickly condensed in front of her, with intricate runes flashing within, striking hard onto an abyssal creature. Whoosh! 1890. The damage number floated past, and this abyssal creature collapsed without being able to withstand her single blow. Shin Bailu caught her breath slightly, glancing at the 3 puppet dolls placed in front of her. Those 3 puppet dolls gathered around her, blocking the abyssal creatures surging from all directions as she cast her spells. Even though the abyssal creatures here attacked fiercely, the puppet dolls remained steadfast. Shin Bailu recovered slightly, then raised her staff again, choosing a suitable target. But just then, in the black mist, she suddenly discovered a figure. Lin Shi? A look of surprise immediately appeared on Shin Bailu's small face. Why would he come to this deep part of the black mist? But she had no time to think much. Shin Bailu had already noticed that an abyssal ghoul was suddenly pouncing towards Lin Shi. Arcane Blaze. A cluster of runes flashing flames instantly blasted from Shin Bailu's staff, hitting the abyssal ghoul and incinerating it cleanly. She looked at Lin Shi, who seemed oblivious, and then shook her head helplessly. Meanwhile, in the black mist ahead, Lin Shi looked at the abyssal ghoul that had turned to ashes beside him, and curled his lips. He had naturally noticed Shin Bailu long ago and had no intention of avoiding her. However, Shin Bailu probably misunderstood something and even took the time to help him deal with monsters. Shin Bailu invites you to join the team. Immediately, Lin Shi noticed another prompt. In an instant, he found it somewhat amusing. Lin Shi, hurry, my puppet dolls can protect you, Shin Bailu shouted. This area was quite deep within the black mist, and there were indeed many awakened ones of considerable level scattered around. But too many monsters were surging from the abyss, and the awakened ones had no time to care about others. Shin Bailu guessed that Lin Shi was also trying to seize the opportunity of the abyss's arrival to collect materials and raise his level. However, this was too dangerous for someone whose main profession was a blacksmith. Even with a massive supply of resources, Lin Shi's current level should be similar to hers. Logically speaking, he didn't need to put himself in such danger. Furthermore, Shin Bailu hadn't seen any of Lin Shi's teammates around him either. She didn't know what had happened, but she didn't want to see Lin Shi die in the mouths of the abyssal creatures here. It was just that there were too many abyssal creatures here. As soon as one batch was cleared, new abyssal creatures gathered. Abyssal beetle? Suddenly, Shin Bailu seemed to notice something, and her eyes narrowed. Among common abyss creatures, these are considered extremely powerful, and they always appear in swarms. The danger posed by a swarm of abyssal beetles is almost on par with a boss-level abyssal guard. She dared not hesitate, quickly commanding the 3 puppets beside her to clear the abyssal creatures blocking her path and rush towards Lin Shi. This would undoubtedly attract the aggro of a large number of abyssal creatures, but at this moment, she could no longer worry about such things. At this point, the notification that her teammate had joined the party finally arrived. Shin Bailu felt a little relieved, but her small face was still filled with solemnity. After all, there were still some abyssal creatures separating her and Lin Shi. And Lin Shi also saw Shin Bailu's reaction in his eyes. He shrugged, this time not refusing Shin Bailu's kindness. Moreover, he already had another idea in mind. Hiss. The surrounding abyssal creatures lunged forward, letting out a series of unpleasant roars. Seeing this, Shin Bailu's pretty face turned pale. Could it be that she still couldn't make it in time? Without the slightest hesitation, she immediately took out a scroll from her ring, intending to unleash it towards Lin Shi. But then, Shin Bailu's movements paused. Under her astonished gaze, Lin Shi actually pulled out a pitch-black great hammer. Lin Shi showed no signs of casting a skill. That great hammer, which looked particularly heavy, was swung violently by Lin Shi, actually creating a forceful blur in mid-air.
Bang! 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 Immediately after, a series of loud thuds from heavy impacts continuously rang out.
Those abyssal creatures were shockingly smashed to pieces before Shinbailu's disbelieving eyes. With just one hammer swing, your teammate Lin Shi killed an abyssal beetle, gaining plus 960 experience. Your teammate Lin Shi killed an abyssal beetle, gaining plus 960 experience.
Level +1.
A glow of upgrade bloomed from Shinbailu's body, making Shinbailu's already graceful figure appear even more delicate and moving.
But until the glow dissipated, Shinbailu still had her mouth slightly open, staring at Lin Shi in utter astonishment.
She didn't even notice that she had already leveled up to 12. She had been leveling up in the Black Mist area for a long time. However, she had never anticipated that an awakened at the current stage could have such high monster-killing efficiency.
At this moment, she couldn't help but wonder, was Lin Shi really just a blacksmith? Level 12 so quickly? Have you been leveling up all by yourself?
At this moment, Lin Shi slowly walked over, as if he didn't care about the other abyssal creatures around him. He glanced at the 3 puppet dolls in front of Shinbailu and couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Indeed, she came from a wealthy family. He had never truly seen puppet dolls before. It was said that the cost of one puppet doll alone was hundreds of gold coins. In addition, the scroll that Shinbailu clutched tightly in her small hand, intending to use it to support him, was also quite impressive.
No wonder his leveling efficiency is so high.
At this moment, Shinbailu finally calmed her mind. She looked at Lin Shi with a somewhat complex expression. She realized that Lin Shi's situation was definitely not as simple as she had previously thought. Subconsciously, she glanced at Lin Shi's level in the party again. Immediately, her eyes widened involuntarily once more.
You're level 17? Shinbailu had always been very confident, never believing that at the current stage, level or profession alone determined everything in the future.
Those could only serve as a reference. An awakener's strength not only came from their own attributes and skills but also from how they reasonably allocated and utilized them. Therefore, her usual methods of leveling could certainly involve more than just using these few puppet multiply iliaries. Her family could even arrange some powerful awakeners to back her up, creating a suitable leveling environment for her without forming a party. But in that case, it would only create an awakener who knew nothing except how to simply unleash skills. They would never be able to face danger alone. However, the current Lin Shi made her doubt her previous understanding. Could a blacksmith profession reach level 17 in such a short time? Absolutely impossible. Forget about blacksmiths not being suited for combat in the early stages. Even if this were any profession on the top profession rankings, they would absolutely not be able to achieve such high leveling efficiency. Especially since the experience points required for each level increase significantly. A difference of 5 levels might not seem like much, but it actually represents a very large amount of experience. I do level up a bit faster. Lin Shi noticed Shinbailu's surprise and just smiled. For him, levels only represented the number of entries he had. His own attributes were already incredibly high. After a long while, Shinbailu retracted her gaze from Lin Shi, but her complex emotions lingered, difficult to calm. She had long known that Lin Shi would never be disheartened just because he had awakened only the blacksmith profession. Given Lin Shi's performance at school back then, if he had awakened any combat profession, even the most ordinary one, he would definitely have been able to surpass other awakeners. But she had still underestimated Lin Shi. However, she naturally wouldn't delve into it or probe Lin Shi's secrets. After a moment's thought, she tentatively asked Lin Shi, "Do you want to level up with me?" Clearly, she had overthought it earlier with Lin Shi's strength. He didn't need her support at all. Sure. Lin Shi didn't refuse. Although one of his rings was ruined by the Abyss Core, his backup rings were not yet full, especially since monster materials didn't occupy storage slots. He had originally planned to level up a bit more on his way home.
Shin Bailu broke into a smile, and they implicitly said nothing more. She usually interacted little with others in her class, and it was rare to see a smile on her face. She always maintained a calm demeanor. But now, the girl's smile seemed to make all the monsters surging from the black mist vanish, full of youth and breathtakingly beautiful. Lin Shi, wielding the abyssal hammer, walked through the black mist with Shin Bailu as if on a leisurely stroll. He wasn't the type to be instantly captivated by the opposite sex. In his 2.5 years at Xiakneg High School, Lu Ruoyan had been close to him, but it wasn't due to his active pursuit. Especially when it came to someone like Lu Ruoyan. He always adhered to a principle: no initiation, no rejection, no responsibility. 1620. 1750. 1990. Damage numbers floated by continuously. Shin Bailu, holding her staff, was momentarily unsure how to act. She had originally planned to treat Lin Shi as a warrior-type profession, while she herself would be responsible for the main output under the cover of the puppet golem. But Lin Shi's monster-killing efficiency was too high. So far, she hadn't seen a single abyssal creature that could withstand one hit from Lin Shi's hammer. As for her skills, although they could naturally attack distant monsters, they weren't really effective for clearing monsters directly in front of their small team. Soon, Shin Bailu adapted. Since there was no need to worry about the surrounding monsters, she simply went to clear the distant ones, which could also bring experience points to the team. When in a party, there was an experience bonus. Lin Shi also experienced the benefits of this bonus. As for the dropped materials and equipment, there was no need to worry at all. Whoever killed the monster naturally got the materials and equipment first. Suddenly, Lin Shi noticed a large expanse of dark liquid surging on the ground not far away. His brows immediately furrowed. Without a doubt, an abyssal guardian was encountered in the black mist again. "It's a boss," Shin Bailu exclaimed, instantly thinking of the common boss-level creatures in the black mist. She hastily looked at Lin Shi, a hint of worry in her eyes. From the previous monster kills, she couldn't discern Lin Shi's upper limit of strength. She wondered if they could deal with the abyssal guardian. But then, instantly, Shin Bailu's beautiful pupils contracted slightly. She distinctly noticed an area covered in dark liquid suddenly appeared beneath Lin Shi's feet. This directly enveloped Shin Bailu herself and the puppet golem. Furthermore, these dark liquids seemed even more sinister than those seen moments ago. Another boss? Shin Bailu was startled. She naturally understood the effect of this dark liquid: it would rapidly deduct health limits. But she also noticed that even though she was clearly standing in the area covered by the black liquid, she hadn't taken any damage herself. And this was Lin Shi's skill, corrosive domain. It was even more powerful than the abyssal guardian's corrosive area effect. Your teammate Lin Shi killed an abyssal beetle, gaining plus 960 experience. Your teammate Lin Shi killed abyssal direwolf, gained experience plus 1380. Your teammate Lin Shi. Shin Bailu watched the continuous stream of notifications flash by, her expression slightly frozen. What happened? She didn't see Lin Shi make any other moves. Then, she noticed Lin Shi striding directly forward. That was where the abyssal guard had just appeared. Bang! A muffled sound emanated from the black mist. Shin Bailu subsequently received a notification. Your teammate Lin Shi killed an abyssal guard, gaining experience plus 5170. Shin Bailu silently lowered her head, glancing at her experience bar. She had only just leveled up to 12, but now, her experience bar had already increased by more than half. Am I being carried? She was somewhat speechless. So, this is what her classmates often talked about: finding a big shot to carry you. Her emotions grew even more complex. Deep within the black mist, Lin Shi was about to walk back when he suddenly noticed several awakened individuals sprinting away in the distance. Judging by their posture, they seemed to be fleeing in a panic. And among them, he even saw a familiar figure. Lu Ruoyan. Damn it, we just tentatively ventured into the black mist. How did we run into an abyssal guard? What are you panicking about? It won't be long until we level up and can eventually eliminate the abyssal guards.
Brother Long, now is not the time to say such things, let's run. The few people were clearly from the same team, but their current escape was extremely messy. However, one of the teenagers paused slightly in his steps as he looked back while moving.
Wait. Have we escaped the monster's aggro range?
He clearly noticed that the original black liquid had disappeared. It was as if that terrifying abyssal guard had left.
But then, immediately,
he suddenly trembled. In the black mist not far away, he clearly saw a figure, holding a large hammer, standing calmly in the black mist.
A hidden warrior class?
This thought instantly flashed through Wang Feilong's mind. This area was already deep within the black mist, and the only ones who could come here to kill monsters, besides high-level middle-aged people, were classes with extremely strong early-game performance. He couldn't clearly see the other person's face, but the other person was clearly around his age, and the large hammer in their hand was particularly striking. Warriors who used hammers as weapons were already extremely rare in Summer City at this stage. Later, during the guild selection, the team this person was in would likely be a strong competitor.
Who was this person? And awakened from which school? Wang Feilong's thoughts raced. Just then,
Lu Ruoyan's voice suddenly came from the side.
Lin Chi?
Her position was closer to Lin Chi, and she vaguely saw the figure in front, yet she was somewhat incredulous.
Shouldn't that blacksmith be hiding in the city looking for a place to forge now? How dare he come out to level up, and even go deep into the black fog?
She still felt that she had seen wrongly. But Wang Feilong's brows furrowed tightly.
You mean he's that blacksmith?
After his awakening, he had never taken Lin Chi seriously, but he still held a grudge because that blacksmith had previously seen him in such a sorry state. But if that person holding a large hammer was that blacksmith, he wouldn't believe it either.
Must have seen wrong.
Lu Ruoyan shook her head. If it were Lin Chi, let alone going deep into the black fog, even getting close to the edge of the black fog, he would be easily dealt with by any random abyssal goblin.
But the next moment,
Lu Ruoyan's body suddenly stiffened.
As if she realized something, her eyes couldn't help but tremble slightly, and her face turned pale then flushed.
In her line of sight, beside the figure holding a large hammer, a female figure clearly appeared.
Shen Bailu.
In an instant, Lu Ruoyan realized that the figure holding the large hammer was probably indeed Lin Chi. During the awakening, she had personally witnessed Shen Bailu inviting Lin Chi.
It really is that blacksmith. Wang Feilong noticed Lu Ruoyan's expression and immediately reacted.
His brows furrowed even tighter, and he subconsciously tightened his grip on the long sword in his hand. He had foolishly thought the other party was some powerful hidden class. Turns out he was just startled by that blacksmith.
At this point, Shen Bailu also noticed Lu Ruoyan and the others. A team like theirs, capable of venturing deep into the black fog, was considered quite good in Xia City. But she didn't care about it. Instead, she looked at Lin Chi beside her again and asked, "Do you want to continue leveling up?"
The Abyssal Guard, the strongest boss before the abyss opened, had already been dealt with by Lin Chi. But as his teammate, she hadn't been of much help. This made her feel like she had become a burden to Lin Chi. "One more level," Lin Chi said with a slight smile. The experience bonus from team leveling was quite good. His experience bar had already increased a segment, and there were still empty slots in his ring, so he planned to just try to level up to 18. However, as time passed, more and more awakened ones tried to enter the depths of the black fog. Compared to the abyssal entrance in the west of the city, the area around this prematurely opened abyssal entrance was not yet unreachable for ordinary people. "There are too many eyes around, let's go near the abyssal entrance," Lin Chi added.
He casually walked towards the abyssal entrance.
Seeing this, Shen Bailu's eyes looked a little strange.
How did it feel? Like Lin Chi had entered the abyssal entrance before?
"No wonder you, a blacksmith, could come here. Turns out she really did keep you." But just as Shen Bailu was about to follow Lin Chi deeper into the black mist,
Lu Ruoyan's voice suddenly rang out. Upon hearing this, Shin Bailu's delicate brows instantly furrowed. She stopped in her tracks and cast a cold glance at Lu Ruoyan. Her temperament might be a bit mild, but that didn't mean she had no temper. Lu Ruoyan, however, seemed oblivious, and walked over with Wang Feilong and the others. "I know you, arcane mage, the hidden class ranked 3rd on the heavenly rankings." Wang Feilong crossed his arms and slightly raised his chin at Shin Bailu. Shin Bailu was not only a popular figure in the entire Xiaoqing High School, often discussed by students. Even in the various schools of Xiaoqing, her name was widely known. With her mysterious background and outstanding beauty, many speculated that she was intentionally placed in a rear-area city like Xiaoqing by a prominent family to grow up. There had been precedents for this in the past. Before his awakening, Wang Feilong had also entertained thoughts about Shin Bailu, but his family had warned him sternly not to provoke her, so he had to give up. But now, he had also awakened a hidden class. Even if his ranking on the heavenly rankings wasn't as high as the arcane mages, he believed he wouldn't be too far behind. "You even specially brought that blacksmith here to level up, aren't you afraid he'll drag you down?" Lu Ruoyan wrapped her arm around Wang Feilong's, her face full of mockery. Shin Bailu's brows furrowed even more. She hadn't intended to pay attention to these people. But the other party's words were too much. "Our team has all reached level 10. Wang Feilong gazed at Shin Bailu and spoke slowly. "Why don't you join our team? It's better than being dragged down by a blacksmith. Even if you want to train a support staff, you shouldn't need to lead them yourself, right?" He was very assertive and didn't care about the reactions of the other team members. If he could recruit Shin Bailu into the team, then he might really have a chance to challenge the strongest guilds. No need. Shin Bailu maintained her good upbringing, summoned 3 puppet dolls from the Black Mist, and intended to catch up with Lin Qi. But upon noticing the 3 puppet dolls, Wang Feilong and Lu Ruoyan's eyes both narrowed. These things were extremely expensive, even Wang Feilong couldn't afford one. To level up that blacksmith, you actually used 3 puppet dolls? Lu Ruoyan was shocked. Jealousy made her somewhat frantic. She really couldn't compare to Shin Bailu in any way. Wang Feilong's expression also shifted, and a hint of greed flickered deep in his eyes. He was now certain that if Shin Bailu could join the team, or even if something more developed between them, he would definitely soar to great heights in the future. A wave of jealousy also surged in his heart. What makes that blacksmith so special to Shin Bailu? How can he, a hidden class, be inferior to a mere blacksmith? Shin Bailu, why do you care about the life or death of that blacksmith? Such trash, I could easily crush him with one finger. He spoke again. Bang! However, Wang Feilong's words were cut short before he could finish. A pitch-black great hammer, without warning, suddenly landed where Wang Feilong had just been, striking the ground with a heavy thud. 719. At the same time, damage numbers floated above Wang Feilong's head. He instantly transformed into a ray of light, disappearing into the black mist. Escape scroll? Lin Qi emerged from the depths of the black mist, his brow slightly raised. This item was even more valuable than the combat disengaging scroll Chu Qingyu had given him earlier. How could Wang Feilong and his companions dare to venture deep into the black mist without carrying enough life-saving items? Seeing Shin Bailu look at him in surprise, Lin Qi merely shrugged. "I saw you weren't keeping up, so I came out to check." This. Beside the abyss hammer, the faces of Lu Ruoyan and the other 2 remaining in place suddenly turned pale. They recognized this hammer. This was the great hammer Lin Qi had been holding earlier. But for a moment, they struggled to comprehend what had happened. They hadn't even seen how the hammer got there. Instead, Wang Feilong's HP had plummeted to 1 point, automatically activating an escape scroll and teleporting him out of here. "Lin Qi, it's you!" Finally, Lu Ruoyan came to her senses, glaring at Lin Qi. She didn't believe this was Lin Qi's own skill. After all, she hadn't even seen any skill radiance just now, let alone the fact that a blacksmith class couldn't possibly have combat skills in the early stages. This must have been an extremely lavish item Shin Bailu had prepared for Lin Qi in advance. But even so, it still filled her with a deep sense of discomfort.
Wang Feilong, whom she believed would achieve countless times more than Lin Chi in the future, was nearly instantly killed by Lin Chi with one hammer blow.
Lin Chi, do you know what you've done? Lu Ruoyan's voice was sharp. You ambushed a classmate.
But before she could finish her sentence,
splat! Shen Bailu had already appeared before Lu Ruoyan, delivering a heavy slap.
Around Xia City, and within level 30, awakened individuals cannot engage in life or death combat.
This is merely a spar, Shen Bailu said calmly. Since it's a team spar, we'll send you off too.
With a wave of her hand, 3 puppet figures suddenly rushed forward, sending Lu Ruoyan and the other 2 away.
For a time,
Lin Chi's gaze towards Shen Bailu became a little strange.
This young girl, is she really so decisive in her actions?
He had already heard Wang Feilong's words and knew the other party harbored ill intentions, so he directly smashed the hammer over.
If you can insta-kill, why waste words?
Shen Bailu's actions, however, genuinely surprised him. Seemingly noticing Lin Chi's gaze, a slight blush appeared on Shen Bailu's cheeks. What she said just now was very excessive. She subconsciously explained to Lin Chi. And indeed, she had no intention of just taking it. But there was another reason she didn't mention.
Although awakeners under level 30 are protected by rules, and cities like Summer City, which cultivate newcomers in the rear, also have newcomer awakener blessings, battles between awakeners generally don't result in death.
However, Lin Chi was the one who made the first move. If Wang Feilong and the others' families used this as an excuse for revenge, they would target Lin Chi. Her intervening would help Lin Chi avoid unnecessary trouble. Lin Chi smiled and didn't say much.
He naturally understood Shen Bailu's thoughts.
After thinking for a moment, he took out the Calamity Proclamation skill book from his ring and handed it to Shen Bailu.
Is this a skill book?
Shen Bailu subconsciously took it, her gaze falling on the skill book, and her eyes widened involuntarily. She could naturally tell that this skill was extremely powerful.
In fact,
as the skill's effect improved, it might even surpass some of her later profession-specific skills. And such a skill was almost impossible to find in Summer City.
It's for you. Try using it later.
Lin Chi winked. It just so happened to solve the problem of him duplicating this skill. It was definitely better than ice sword art.
Shen Bailu gave Lin Chi a deep look but hesitated.
This is too valuable. She suspected that even her puppet doll wouldn't be enough to trade for this skill book. Consider it a small reward for our future cooperation. Lin Chi chuckled. He was indeed interested in the blacksmith profession-specific dungeons Shen Bailu mentioned.
Upon hearing this, a bright smile quickly bloomed on Shen Bailu's pretty face.
All right. She readily agreed. After a period of leveling, Shen Bailu was not far from level 14. And Lin Chi finally reached level 18, gaining a new blue attribute, Concentrated Mind, which boosts spiritual attributes. As for the ring on his hand, it was already filled with equipment.
You're level 18.
Shen Bailu's gaze was profound.
How long had it been since he awakened? An 18-level new awakener, if spoken of, probably no one would believe it. What's more,
through all the battles, she was even clearer that Lin Chi's displayed attack power was absolutely incomparable to that of an ordinary level 18 awakener.
When those top guild members arrive, they'll probably be scrambling to recruit you.
Shen Bailu shook her head. She had realized that her previous guesses about Lin Chi were still wrong. Even with massive resource accumulation, it would be impossible to cultivate an 18-level blacksmith as a main profession in such a short time.
Lin Chi was definitely no ordinary blacksmith. Guild recruitment?
We'll see about that. Lin Chi also knew that the intelligence held by those top guilds was crucial for any awakener.
But he didn't need to consider those things now.
It was almost time to finish this leveling session. He was still calculating what kind of equipment he could forge after all the materials and equipment he had were forged and refined. At the very least, his attributes would receive another significant boost. Temporarily bidding farewell to Shen Bailu, Lin Chi returned to Xia City, feeling content. He didn't encounter Wang Feilong, Lu Ruoyan, or others on the way back, and he didn't pay it any mind. Your World Merchant card has successfully received 156 gold coins and 73 silver coins.
Please check your balance.
As soon as he left the Black Mist's range, Lin Chi received the notification of the gold coins arriving.
The Black Mist seemed to have the ability to block some information.
Lin Chi glanced at his gold coin balance, a slight raise of his eyebrow. Evidently, the several materials he had consigned at the exchange earlier had all sold for good prices. With the descent of the abyss, everyone in Xia City was on high alert. Just as he reached his doorstep, Lin Chi's steps suddenly halted. Oh, I almost forgot again, it's time to learn skills. His previous skills had been sufficient, and he hadn't thought about learning his profession's skills. This time, Lin Chi planned to learn the two skills of his profession first. Level 10 appraisal and level 15 equipment repair. In his rings, there were several pieces of equipment that needed appraising.
Furthermore,
Lin Chi was certain that even these two skills, which were common for ordinary blacksmiths, would have additional effects when he learned them.
This might help with the upcoming forging and refinement.
Lin Chi glanced at the rings on his hand and quickly made his way to the Awakening Hall. There were already several epic quality items in his rings alone. Lin Chi felt that, once he was fully prepared, he even had a chance to aim for legendary quality equipment.
Welcome to the Awakening Hall.
Inside the Awakening Hall, the receptionist girl noticed Lin Chi's appearance and was momentarily stunned.
Little brother, you've already reached level 10 so quickly? At the current stage, there shouldn't be too many level 10 awakened in the entire Xia City.
More importantly, she remembered that Lin Chi was clearly just a blacksmith.
Whose blacksmith upgrades this fast?
Others think I'm only 10, but I'm actually 18, and still growing. Lin Chi muttered to himself. Of course, he was thinking about his level, not a certain unit of measurement.
I grew a bit fast.
Lin Chi returned with a smile. With his previous record, he didn't spend long in the hall before entering the training ground, watched by the receptionist's shimmering gaze. He really is a level 10 blacksmith. The receptionist rested her chin on her hand, her small face filled with surprise. When she first met Lin Chi, she suspected that this young man might have come from a powerful faction or been favored by one.
But even so, wasn't this leveling speed a bit too fast?
She suddenly recalled Lin Chi's words just now.
Grew a bit fast? Is that how one describes leveling up?
Immediately, her cheeks flushed. I wonder how many girls he'll wreak havoc on in the future.
Detecting profession as blacksmith. Current level allows learning two skills, equipment appraisal and equipment repair.
Please fulfill the requirement. From the following materials, determine which are suitable for forging the current equipment.
Center of the plaza.
The glow before Lin Chi gradually solidified, forming a wide forging table. Behind the forging table, various pieces of equipment, each for a different body part, appeared.
Is it another knowledge test? Lin Chi pouted.
He once again felt that a blacksmith was truly not suited for combat. The continuous learning of professional skills didn't even require monster-slaying trials. This only asked him to identify and categorize materials.
And at this moment,
in front of the forging table, various forging materials had already appeared. However, as soon as these materials appeared,
Lin Chi noticed.
These materials clearly and rapidly converged, forming a single molten iron-like material.
The red attribute washing away the lead and revealing the purity had triggered. Lin Chi's expression immediately froze. Do I have to turn off the attribute effect again?
He was speechless.
There was only one material left. How was he supposed to categorize it? Condition overwhelmingly met. You comprehended the professional skill.
Appraisal automatically promoted to the next professional stage skill. But the subsequent prompt quickly calmed Lin Chi's mind.
Oh my! Not only was the trial automatically completed, but it was even overwhelmingly met. Does this mean the appraisal skill directly becomes the skill effect for the blacksmith's next job advancement?
Every time an awakener changes jobs, their skills undergo corresponding changes and improvements. Before he had time to carefully examine the newly learned appraisal skill, another prompt arrived.
Please fulfill the requirement. Use the following materials to complete the missing parts of the equipment.
Lin Shi twitched his lips.
He knew this was a learning condition for the equipment repair skill. However,
without even looking at the incomplete equipment and materials in front of him, he casually picked up the hammer tool beside him and gently tapped the forging table.
Bang! What was there to repair?
Just forge the original materials into equipment and then refine it, that's all. This was even better than common equipment repair.
Condition overwhelmingly met. You comprehended the professional skill.
Repair, automatically promoted to the next professional stage skill.
All done.
Lin Shi put down the hammer tool and immediately examined the two skills he had just learned.
Skill, appraisal. Effect, can appraise equipment with hidden attributes, increasing the chance of discovering additional equipment effects.
When used on other targets, it can appraise the target's attributes and skill weaknesses.
Skill, repair. Effect, when repairing equipment durability, increases the magnitude of durability restoration and has a chance to enhance equipment attributes.
When used on other targets, it can restore the target's HP and MP, with the effect being sustainable.
Two very practical skills indeed.
Lin Shi sighed with emotion. Equipment identification and repair are considered a blacksmith's most fundamental skills. Many awakened individuals specifically choose the blacksmith profession primarily for these two skills. And Lin Shi's two skills have also been upgraded accordingly. Furthermore, as he is a main profession blacksmith, he also possesses additional effects. He can also identify the attributes of other targets and their skill weaknesses. His identification skill is even more useful than the insight learned by some other professions. As for the repair skill, it gained a healing spell effect, which Lin Shi didn't pay much attention to.
However, he noticed the phrase effect is sustainable. This means he can give equipment or other targets a long-lasting recovery buff. Excellent.
These two skills can already contribute significantly to his upcoming equipment forging. Lin Shi walked out of the awakened hall with a smile, meeting the receptionist's clear gaze.
A strong look of astonishment appeared on the young receptionist's face. This time, so fast again?
She recalled that the last time Lin Shi entered the trial grounds, he hadn't spent much time either. She had originally thought Lin Shi's skill learning had failed. But now, it clearly wasn't the case. However, looking at Lin Shi's face, the receptionist instead smiled faintly. Little brother, being too quick isn't always a good thing. After all, he was just a youth. If she truly let loose, wouldn't she make him blush crimson?
Sister, try it next time, and you'll know.
Lin Shi replied with a smile. As he reached the hall's entrance, he paused, turned to look at the astonished receptionist, and winked.
It's settled then. Neither initiating nor refusing.
Lin Shi adhered to this principle. The receptionist's face flushed crimson. She cautiously glanced around, then lowered her head and let out a soft humph.
Kids nowadays, all talk and no action.
Lin Shi returned to his home's forging room. He immediately took out the equipment from his ring and casually piled it in front of the forging table.
In an instant,
gold, silver, various colors of luster shone, making the entire forging room sparkle brilliantly. If this were outside, it would absolutely be considered a treasure trove. But Lin Shi didn't pay much attention. He casually pushed some aside, clearing a space. He placed the three hidden equipment items that had dropped from inside the abyss.
Identify.
Lin Shi's fingertip lightly tapped one of the equipment pieces.
Whoosh! In an instant, the glowing radiance of circulating runes bloomed from his fingertip. Necklace of Erosion Epic. Category, Necklace. Equipment requirements, Constitution over 1000, Spirit over 1000, Strength over 500.
Effect, Agility plus 300. Special effect, Erosion State Active, causes the wearer to endure abyss erosion, gaining Constitution plus 1000, Spirit plus 1000, Strength plus 500, but deducting max HP and max MP per second. Description: once a necklace worn by the Saintess of the Heavenly Temple, a symbol of purity, it was corrupted by the abyss and degraded to epic quality. It was appraised by a powerful entity, who found an uncorrupted agility bonus. Lin Shi looked at the equipment in front of him, speechless for a moment.
Did I just get an epic quality item, or a piece of trash?
Based on the equipment description, he could roughly determine that the original necklace must have been above epic quality. But no matter how strong the description of this necklace was, for other awakeners, it would definitely be a mixed bag. But luckily, Lin Shi had no intention of using it anyway.
This necklace, at least, was of sufficiently high quality. Definitely excellent refining material. Lin Shi then proceeded to appraise the other hidden attribute equipment.
Without a doubt, equipment with the prefix corrupted all had certain issues. Having been corrupted by the abyss, even wearing them would deduct health and mana maximums. The downsides were obvious, but if one could withstand the corruption, the attribute bonuses were even more significant. Surely, not all equipment dropped from within the abyss has this kind of problem.
Lin Shi muttered.
Getting inside the abyss was a rare occurrence, after all, and even if there was intel, it was controlled by major forces or top guilds.
He didn't care too much, though. He'd find out when he went back into the abyss. Anyway, most of it was for refining.
Lin Shi glanced at the pile of equipment on the forging table. He placed the abyssal hammer in the center.
If I'm going to play, I'm going big.
He had already decided to refine all the equipment into the abyssal hammer at once.
With so much equipment, even if it didn't refine into legendary quality, it would be enough to greatly enhance many of the abyssal hammer's attributes. What's more,
he still had plenty of materials here. Even by sheer stacking, he could forge legendary quality equipment.
Boom!
As the tool hammer in Lin Shi's hand descended,
blazing flames suddenly engulfed the entire forging room. Though violent, they didn't incinerate the room. Gradually,
the flames converged, and a brilliant radiance blossomed on the forging table.
Refinement successful.
Lin Shi gazed at the radiance on the forging table, his eyes slightly narrowed. The abyssal hammer's appearance hadn't changed much, but a layer of extremely faint black mist flickered around it.
Sure enough, with just these few pieces of equipment, it's still not enough to refine into legendary quality.
Lin Shi wasn't discouraged. In fact, according to his estimation, to refine a legendary quality item from epic quality equipment,
at least a dozen epic pieces would be needed. However,
from the descriptions of the 3 pieces of equipment dropped from within the abyss earlier, all 3 were originally above epic quality.
As refining materials, their effect should be more powerful. It won't be too far off. Lin Shi pondered.
Just one more step, and he would definitely be able to consecrate a legendary quality equipment. The forging table was cleared. Lin Shi struck while the iron was hot, directly starting to forge.
This was his next step.
Thanks to the washed of impurities trait, he had already acquired a large amount of useful materials. First, he would forge these materials into equipment, and then consecrate them.
He swung the abyssal hammer, striking it again and again in the forging room.
You successfully forged Ghoul Necklace Silver multiply 1, gaining Spirit plus 70, Constitution plus 50. You successfully forged Guardian Sword Silver multiply 1, gaining Strength plus 90, Spirit plus 30. You successfully forged Dire Wolf Leather Armor Bronze multiply 1, gaining Constitution plus 60. It must be said that the materials obtained through the washed of impurities trait had significantly improved in quality. Most of the equipment he forged was at least bronze quality, with silver quality items appearing occasionally. This also brought him a large amount of attribute gains. It still has to be abyssal materials. Lin Shi sighed with emotion. The descent of the abyss was definitely a great opportunity for him. He estimated that outside, it would be difficult to find such good materials, except in a few specific places and some instances.
Finally, after a period of forging,
Lin Shi had exhausted all the materials he had on hand. He didn't stop, immediately proceeding to consecrate again. You successfully forged Abyssal Necklace Epic multiply 1, gaining Constitution plus 300, Spirit plus 300. You successfully forged Abyssal Armor Epic multiply 1, gaining Constitution plus 500, Agility plus 100. The original equipment was consecrated to epic quality, and Lin Chi also gained several skills similar to those of abyssal creatures. But at this moment, he was more focused on consecrating. After consecrating all the newly forged equipment, Lin Chi took a deep breath. He once again placed the abyssal hammer on the forging table. Success or failure, it all depends on this one. He had already metaphorically poured an entire treasure trove into this abyssal hammer. Finally, blazing flames gradually solidified on the forging table, revealing a hammer completely enveloped in faint black mist. Refinement successful. You successfully forged Abyssal Void Legendary Multiply 1, gaining strength plus 1600, gaining skills Abyssal Shatter, Abyssal Domain, Vigorous State. It's finally out. Lin Chi clenched his fists tightly. It was worth all the equipment he had consumed. Legendary quality weapons all had their exclusive names. The Abyssal Hammer had now been consecrated into the Abyssal Void. He picked up the great hammer, enveloped in black mist, and felt the surging power contained within it. As before, this hammer only increased the strength attribute. However, Lin Chi, thanks to the perk, can change the attributes it adds at any time. He immediately inspected his current great hammer. Category: Weapon. Equipment requirement: Lin Chi. Effect: Strength plus 1600. Special effects: Abyssal Shatter, Abyssal Domain, Ferocious State. Description: Forged by a powerful being, condensing the power of the abyss, it contains immense might and deters the abyss. What Lin Chi cared about most were the skills he gained by forging this abyssal ruin. Although he didn't acquire any new skills, all his existing ones were significantly enhanced. For example, the current Abyssal Shatter not only greatly boosts the state of Lin Chi's next attack, but also makes his attack deplete the enemy's maximum health and mana. Moreover, the aftershocks caused by the shatter have the same effect. As for Abyssal Domain, it is clearly an advanced skill from the corroding domain, with a larger range and more health and mana depleted per second. Regarding Ferocious State, it ensures that none of Lin Chi's attacks can be interrupted. It's a legendary quality item after all, Lin Chi couldn't help but gasp. The great hammer in his hand was enveloped in a layer of black mist, looking somewhat sinister, like the entrance to the abyss itself. But with just a thought from Lin Chi, this outer layer of black mist would disappear. This was a weapon exclusively for him. Although Lin Chi had never seen other legendary quality equipment, and wasn't sure which gear level the current abyssal ruin corresponded to. But according to Lin Chi's estimation, even some high-level legendary quality equipment wouldn't be stronger than the abyssal ruin in his hand. To possess a legendary quality weapon at this current stage already completely surpassed all other awakened individuals. What's more, Lin Chi's current base attributes were already ridiculously high. Lin Chi glanced at the time. The largest abyssal entrance outside the city is also about to open. He even had the confidence that without using any skills, he should be able to smash it directly. Around the abyssal ruin great hammer, a layer of black mist surged. It was as if an abyssal entrance had converged there, exuding a malevolence unique to the abyss. Legendary equipment was undoubtedly the pinnacle among all currently known equipment qualities. Flashy appearances might sound tacky, but who doesn't want to recharge for a cool interface? Lin Chi recalled some old memes from before his transmigration, and inadvertently smiled. Regarding the current abyssal ruin great hammer, Lin Chi's evaluation was simple: it's sufficient. After placing the abyssal great hammer into his ring, the forging table was already empty. Time to go get more supplies from the abyss. But Lin Chi wasn't in a hurry. He planned to make a delicious meal with the collected monster meat, and then get some sleep before anything else. In reality, once an awakened individual's attributes reach a certain level, they generally no longer need to eat or sleep. Even if one fell into negative states like weakness or frenzy, a healing spell or a few healing potions would fully restore them to health. But Lin Chi doesn't roll. Before transmigrating, he used a donkey-like work ethic to push himself to study and work. If after transmigrating, he still followed that same self-abusive path of working himself to death, wouldn't that mean he transmigrated for nothing? As afternoon approached, Lin Chi finally left his home and headed towards the west side of the city. However, Not long after arriving outside the city, Lin Shi noticed that many awakened had already gathered there. They were all fighting the abyssal creatures in the black mist. Many awakened had even entered the area covered by the black mist, as if the abyssal portal hadn't even opened. Seeing this, Lin Shi's eyebrows immediately shot up. It had only been 3 days since he last came. How did the awakened of Xia City become so brave? At the current stage, new awakened were at most around level 10. As for Xia City's original high-level awakened, they were either stationed in the rear, ready to respond to any situation, or, like the city guard, were deployed in various locations to prevent abyssal creatures from affecting Xia City. The situation at this abyssal portal on the west side of the city was indeed a bit unusual. Soon, Lin Shi understood. Powerful guild awakened have arrived ahead of schedule. Deep within the black mist, aftershocks from skills would occasionally erupt. Those were clearly caused by some high-level, powerful skills. When the abyss descends, it often brings with it many new awakened who obtain hidden professions. This naturally attracts the attention of many guilds. Those guild awakened who come to recruit new members would naturally also take the opportunity to level up at the abyssal portal. Lin Shi also noticed that in the outer fringes of the black mist, there were also some teams of new awakened. Quite brave. Lin Shi commented. The abyssal creatures here were experiencing an abyssal enhancement that was incomparable to before. He was about to walk through the crowd and enter the black mist ahead. However, Xu Qingyu's voice came from not far away. "HM? It's you again." Xu Qingyu looked at Lin Shi with some surprise. She still remembered this new awakened. Earlier, venturing into the black mist alone was already a very dangerous thing. Now, with the largest abyssal portal outside Xia City open, he actually came again. "Thanks for the escape scroll, but I didn't use it." Lin Shi took out the scroll Xu Qingyu had given him earlier and handed it back. Seeing this, Xu Qingyu's expression immediately became complicated. She could tell that the young man in front of her seemed very confident. He had wandered around the abyssal portal alone earlier and apparently hadn't been affected at all. He must be another powerful hidden profession. Xu Qingyu roughly made a judgment. But she still shook her head. "It's a gift, no need to return it. This time, I doubt you'll need it either." Some guild awakened have arrived deep within the black mist. They've blocked off the foremost area, so the outer area is relatively safer. Blocked off the foremost area? Lin Shi's eyes narrowed. He could discern the other meanings embedded in Xu Qingyu's words. These guilds are truly overbearing. They've simply claimed the largest abyss entrance outside Xia City as their leveling ground. Do they have the strength to push into the abyss? Lin Shi asked again. To this, Xu Qingyu was quite dismissive. They're not even top-tier guilds, and not the whole guild has come. Even if they can push in, they won't be able to. She stopped talking there. She just glanced at Lin Shi again and said, "When the guild recruits later, you'd best not choose those guilds that arrived in Xia City first. Having external awakened ones help Xia City fight against abyss creatures is a good thing after all, and can relieve the pressure on the city guard to a considerable extent. Just to block some creatures leaking out from the abyss entrance, rather than clearing the inside of the abyss." Lin Shi finally understood. The awakened ones from the guilds currently in Xia City, though their levels are high, doesn't mean their strength is necessarily strong. So, the intensity of this abyss descent is only this much? Lin Shi frowned slightly. Didn't they say that in the event of an abyss descent, some cities might even face annihilation? Hearing this, Xu Qingyu's gaze at Lin Shi became strange. Only this much intensity? Although abyss creatures don't have levels, under the abyss's amplification, each one is already equivalent to an awakened one with a decent level and equipped with gear. If it weren't for external awakened ones helping to suppress them, just the current opening of the abyss entrance would require their entire defense team to deploy. At the same time, they also have to watch out for bosses breaking out from the abyss entrance. What Xia City is currently guarding against, from top to bottom, are precisely these bosses. They need to preserve their strength as much as possible before the bosses appear. The strength of those bosses is absolutely incomparable to ordinary abyss creatures. They are the greatest danger during an abyss descent.
Couldn't tell, this young man is quite arrogant.
Chu Qingyu cast another sidelong glance at Lin Qi. I suggest you try with the weakest abyss direwolf first. After speaking, she no longer bothered with Lin Qi. Lin Qi shrugged and turned to enter the black mist. He actually knew that the greatest danger of an abyss descent came from the bosses inside the abyss. For example, in the abyss entrance he had previously entered, there were the heavenly palace saintess and the evil old demon hidden within. Once such unknown level existences escaped from the abyss entrance, their destructive power would naturally be unimaginable. One must know, just one piece of their equipment, corrupted by the abyss, was already epic quality.
I wonder what level the abyss amplification is here.
Lin Qi mumbled.
One thing is certain.
As the largest abyss entrance outside Xia City this time, the bosses hidden deep within the abyss must be even more powerful. He pulled out the abyss ruin hammer and slowly advanced. Not far away, a massive abyss demon wolf, its four limbs moving, fixed its ferocious, crimson glowing eyes directly on Lin Qi.
Abyss demon wolf king. Information instantly appeared in Lin Qi's eyes. Just in the outer black mist, a boss-level monster had already appeared. Whoosh! A gleam of light flashed in the demon wolf king's mouth. It was a newly awakened person it held in its mouth, almost bitten in half.
In a dying state, they activated an item they carried, thus narrowly escaping death.
Run!
Around them, an awakened person immediately cried out in alarm.
Roar! The abyss demon wolf king let out a roar, facing the sky.
Vaguely, a cold moonlight flickered behind the demon wolf king, forming a dim full moon.
Put!
A wolf paw suddenly appeared at the edge of the dim full moon, clawing at the boundary, and then abruptly sprang out from it.
It transformed into a brand new abyss demon wolf. After that, abyss demon wolves continuously emerged from the full moon. It's a summoning skill. Run!
The faces of the surrounding awakened people all changed dramatically. This abyss demon wolf king, which had no visible level, would probably be an insurmountable opponent even for awakened individuals who had already undergone a class change. The sudden appearance of so many abyss demon wolves was enough to break a hole in the defense line in a short amount of time. Lin Qi watched this scene and shook his head.
They don't understand the abyssal descent clearly enough, yet they dare to rush in here?
During the 2.5 years at Xia City High School, everyone could learn a lot of relevant knowledge. Anyone who had any understanding of the abyssal descent should know the strength of abyssal creatures.
So, he was surprised to see so many new awakened individuals here at first. Aren't they just pure cannon fodder?
He didn't bother with the awakened individuals scattering and fleeing, instead taking the lead and walking straight towards the abyss demon wolf king. Meanwhile, outside the black mist,
Chu Qingyu also received news that an abyss demon wolf king had appeared ahead.
She furrowed her delicate brows and immediately took action. A greatsword materialized in her hands, and she plunged into the black mist. Stopping the boss and preventing too much loss was precisely the responsibility of the Xia City Defense Force.
Not all new awakened individuals possessed life-saving items. What's more,
even if they could teleport out of the black mist, they might still encounter abyssal creatures rushing out from it. For an awakened person who was already in a near-death state, that would undoubtedly bring despair. However, Chu Qingyu had only just entered the black mist when her steps paused slightly. Why are there abyss guards too? Her expression instantly became serious. Ahead, a large area of black liquid surged forth from the ground. Furthermore, in Chu Qingyu's eyes, these black liquids were even more sinister than the corrupted regions of the abyss guards. The black liquid seemed to be boiling, continuously churning and surging, enveloping many of the surrounding abyssal hellwolves. An indiscriminate attack abyssal guardian? Chu Qingyu's eyes flickered. She realized that things were not that simple. It could also be an unknown creature emerging from the entrance to the abyss. She tentatively took a step forward, ready to retreat at any moment. But she found that she hadn't sustained any harm. Instead, in the dark liquid all around, one after another, abyssal hellwolves quickly fell, seemingly having even their bodies corroded away by the dark liquid.
Not a single material was left. This extremely counterintuitive scene made Chu Qingyu even more alarmed. Captain, could this situation be the appearance of the boss from the abyss?
The city defense team member behind her hastily asked, his face extremely pale.
If so,
then they might have encountered the strongest boss of this abyssal descent.
Doesn't seem like it. Chu Qingyu shook her head. Although she had stepped into the dark liquid, she was clearly unaffected. This didn't look like an indiscriminate attack. GAA. Suddenly,
a low howl of terror came from the depths of the black mist. Chu Qingyu's gaze narrowed, and she immediately rushed forward. This must be the sound of the abyssal Hell Wolf King. But it sounded as if its neck had been choked by something even more terrifying, as if it had encountered a natural predator. But when she arrived in the depths of the black mist, she only saw scattered wolf corpses on the ground.
The abyssal Hell Wolf King had been eliminated. Who eliminated it?
Chu Qingyu then looked up at her surroundings, her gaze instantly settling on the black mist ahead.
In the depths of the black mist, a blurry figure was faintly visible. One could only vaguely make out that the figure was carrying a hammer. It's that person. Chu Qingyu's eyes flashed, and she instantly understood.
This time, the awakener shrouded in flames did not release his original skills again.
Appearing at this abyssal entrance, he casually eliminated the abyssal Hell Wolf King. What is he going to do this time? Charge into the abyss? Chu Qingyu murmured.
That awakened one's speed was too fast, she simply couldn't keep up. Lin Shi, carrying his great hammer, had already gradually ventured deeper into the black mist. The number of awakened ones visible around him had also significantly decreased. The abyss entrance in the west of the city had a boost level that was by no means low. Although Lin Shi defeated everything in one hit, he could discern from the damage numbers. The abyssal creatures here were clearly much stronger than those at the previous abyss entrance, by more than just a little.
After advancing a little further,
Lin Shi vaguely saw the figures of some awakened ones appearing again ahead.
We just let an abyssal demon wolf king get away. The Xia City Defense Force must be in a panic now, right?
A voice came through.
Perfect, let's give them something to do, so people in Xia City don't think we're just here to monopolize the abyss entrance. Upon hearing this, Lin Shi's brows instantly furrowed.
He knew that these awakened ones appearing ahead must be from various guilds. Just as he had expected, these people immediately wanted to claim the abyss entrance as their own leveling ground. I wonder how much longer it will be until the boss inside the abyss appears.
Another awakened one said. If it really comes out, will we have time to escape?
This was clearly their biggest concern. Being able to handle the monsters outside the abyss entrance didn't mean they could handle the creatures inside the abyss. If a boss from deep within the abyss really appeared, they would have no choice but to flee.
As for confronting it,
unless they were willing to lose more than half of their guild members who came here at the hands of the abyssal boss, there would be no chance of victory.
In front of some powerful bosses, even life-saving items would become useless. Don't worry.
From what we can see, the intensity of this abyssal descent encountered by Xia City isn't too high this time. Even if a boss appears, it won't keep all of us here.
Let Xia City handle the mess themselves.
Hearing their words, Lin Shi shook his head. His impression of the guilds in this world had always been a mix of good and bad. After all, when awakened ones truly reached high levels, there were no comprehensive protective measures in the monster-infested areas they ventured into. Likewise, many high-level awakened ones also had no real restraints.
Naturally, they were capable of anything. Which guild are you from? This place is occupied by us.
At this moment, an awakened one ahead spotted Lin Shi walking towards them and immediately shouted.
Friend, go somewhere else. Give our guild some face. At the same time,
the eyes of the other awakened ones also collectively focused on the figure carrying a great hammer in the black mist, with a hint of ill will deep in their eyes. It's common sense that if a leveling spot is occupied, others should avoid it if they can't afford to provoke them.
Don't worry, I'm going inside the abyss.
We won't disturb each other, the figure with the great hammer said calmly.
Going inside the abyss? Who would believe that?
The leading awakened one said with a forced, insincere smile.
Friend, state your business, tell me, which guild are you from? Those who could come here naturally wouldn't be awakened ones native to Zyacity.
They were all ready to unleash their skills.
If anything seemed amiss, they would immediately attack. Upon hearing this,
Lin Chi smiled.
State my business? Easy.
As his voice fell,
blazing flames suddenly erupted from his body.
Within the dense black mist, the figure carrying a large hammer was instantly engulfed in raging flames.
Under the horrified gaze of the awakened ones, the flames rapidly solidified, transforming into a towering flame giant. The hammer in its hand alone was already as tall as a man.
I don't particularly enjoy wasting words with others.
Amidst the swirling flames, layers of voices echoed.
The massive flaming hammer then, with an overwhelmingly powerful stance, smashed towards the group of awakened ones.
Is it an awakened one from a top guild?
All the awakened ones were startled.
This was the only possibility.
If the opponent was an awakened one from a top guild, they could have told them earlier. They quickly prepared to unleash their respective skills, either to block the incoming flaming hammer or to quickly retreat.
However,
the flaming hammer was too fast. It crashed down powerfully, leaving them no time to react whatsoever.
Boom!
The flaming hammer smashed into the ground, violently creating a terrifying ripple of dust. The surrounding black mist was swept away, billowing in all directions.
Meanwhile, flashes of light passed by, then vanished into the black mist.
Lin Chi paid them no further mind, striding straight ahead. These high-level awakened ones liked to abide by rules, so he naturally could discuss his own rules with them. Further ahead, the ground trembled, and streams of black liquid surged up.
High-tier abyssal guard.
A line of information appeared before Lin Chi's eyes. It was a tall figure, entirely covered in black armor, over 5 meters tall, and holding a chillingly gleaming greatsword in its hands. The black liquid spread beneath its feet, constantly wriggling on the ground, appearing particularly sinister and nauseating.
So, this is indeed the largest abyssal entrance outside Zyacity.
Lin Chi raised an eyebrow slightly. When he had teamed up with Shin Bailu to level up in the northern part of the city earlier, he had also encountered a few mid-tier abyssal guards. Compared to the most common abyssal guards, their strength was more than a notch higher. And those roaming outside this abyssal entrance were already high-tier abyssal guards. Clearly, those awakened ones gathered earlier must have been preparing to deal with this boss.
Then I'll reluctantly take it.
At this moment, the flame giant Lin Chi had transformed into was even taller than the high-tier abyssal guard. And beneath his feet, the black liquid also rapidly spread.
Abyss domain.
These liquids were stickier, darker, and more sinister. As if conscious, they quickly covered the original erosion domain in a short time.
At the same time,
the high-tier abyssal guard's total health bar was also visibly decreasing. It lowered its head, looking at the dark liquid beneath its feet, seeming somewhat puzzled.
But then,
Lin Chi's flaming giant hammer had already slammed towards the high-tier abyssal guard.
9,732.
Nearly 10,000 HP deducted was the abyssal guard's health limit, not Lin Chi's.
If that's the case, wouldn't the high-tier abyssal guard's total health also be over 10,000? This was still under the influence of his abyss domain skill. Lin Chi pondered.
He had no doubt that if this thing entered Xia City, without high-level awakened individuals to stop it, it would surely cause a catastrophe. You killed a high-tier abyssal guard, gaining 12,000 experience points.
Level +1. You obtained the trait defense amplification green. Leveled up again.
Lin Chi shrugged.
He hadn't deliberately grinded levels or monsters much until now.
But his level was still rising rapidly. As for the newly acquired trait, Lin Chi only glanced at it roughly. For him, a green trait actually meant that with the next upgrade, he would be able to get a red trait. Putting these thoughts aside, Lin Chi's gaze turned back to where the high-tier abyssal guard had been.
After automatically collecting the materials, a few items were still left on the spot. He immediately picked them up for a look. Abyssal bracer? Hidden equipment?
Lin Shi raised an eyebrow.
In most cases, the attributes of hidden equipment were more powerful than other gear.
He directly cast the appraisal skill.
Instantly, the equipment's attributes were then displayed before him.
Bracers of the Abyss Gold.
Category: Bracers. Equip requirement: Strength over 600. Effect: Constitution plus 200, Spirit plus 200, Strength plus 200. Special effect: Abyssal amplification. Gain level 1 Abyssal amplification. Abyssal amplification set 1-6. Adding set pieces can improve equipment attributes and quality.
Description: Equipment sunken in the abyss, completely corrupted and becoming part of the abyss.
It is said that collecting the entire set can grant additional powerful strength. Set? Lin Shi's eyes lit up.
Although the current bracers were only a gold quality piece of equipment, they were a set component. A single piece is already gold quality. If it's a whole set, wouldn't that be epic quality? Lin Shi was well aware of the function of this equipment. Generally speaking, a single epic equipment is already incredibly powerful. Even now, if he wants to forge epic equipment, he still needs to sacrifice many pieces of equipment to refine it. What's more, with the bonus of a set effect, this could very likely result in all equipped items being epic grade. Excellent, excellent. Lin Shi immediately equipped the bracers. Instantly, a pair of jet black bracers appeared on his arms, just like those of the high-ranking Abyss guards before. He planned to see if he could collect the complete set. If he could, he'd keep it for himself. If not, he'd use it for refinement. Furthermore, there was also a ring and a skill book left on the ground. 32 slots. Lin Shi immediately put it on. He couldn't have enough rings at the moment. As for the skill book, Lin Shi felt a bit conflicted. Generally, there were many skills he couldn't directly learn. The Calamity Announce skill was one he'd replicated through Shun Bailu. Skill: Summon Abyss Guard. Mana cost: 1500. Effect: Summon an Abyss Guard to battle. Learning requirement: Spirit over 600. No requirements? Lin Shi's eyes widened slightly. The requirement of Spirit over 600 was completely ignored by him. For him, didn't that essentially mean no requirements? In fact, most of the items dropped from the Abyss's arrival were effectively without any usage requirements for Lin Shi. This thing didn't even have a level requirement. I don't care about any of that. Lin Shi directly smashed the skill book onto his hand. As the skill book turned into a flash of light and merged into his body, he instantly mastered the skill. Having tidied these up, Lin Shi then turned his gaze forward. Current Abyss Amplification, Level 7. The opened abyss entrance had swirling vortices on its surface. Lin Shi stepped directly into it. Captain Shu, did an awakened person from a top guild go in earlier? Which guild is he from? Do you know his identity? A series of probing questions continuously rang out. Shu Qingyu frowned, looking at the awakened individuals in front of her. These people had suddenly teleported out of the black fog. And each of them had only a sliver of health left, immediately chugging healing potions as soon as they emerged. Only now were they finally recovering. I haven't seen any awakened individuals from other guilds. Didn't all your guilds go in together earlier? Shu Qingyu thought about their questions and shook her head. All those who had entered the black fog during this period were new awakened individuals. Moreover, she still had a rather deep impression of that somewhat arrogant young man from before. What did you guys encounter? She suspected that these people must have been involved in a guild brawl. Such things are not uncommon. However, the people currently teleported out all clearly belonged to the same guild. This looked more like someone else had taken them all out, without any of them being able to resist. An awakened whose entire body was wreathed in flames, an awakened said in a deep voice. They had all wasted a life-saving item for nothing, suffering heavy losses. The higher the level, the more valuable the life-saving item expended.
Chu Qingyu's eyes flashed, and she instantly understood.
This group of people had been arrogant since arriving in Xia City this time. They had picked a fight with the wrong person.
Everyone, you should rest a bit before entering the black mist again. She greeted these awakened once more.
The abyssal descent that Xia City was currently facing was indeed not of the highest danger level. From the current situation, as long as it could stabilize. Even if the boss from the abyssal entrance ahead charged out, they would be capable of blocking it outside Xia City.
Abyssal entrance, not yet open. Countdown initiated, 1 hour 29 minutes. Current abyssal amplification, level 8. But just then, a piece of information suddenly appeared before Chu Qingyu.
Chu Qingyu was momentarily stunned.
Hadn't the largest abyssal entrance outside Xia City already opened? So where did this alert come from?
She looked around in confusion, only to see that everyone else around her also looked bewildered.
As if they didn't understand why an abyssal entrance alert had suddenly appeared before their eyes. Gradually,
Chu Qingyu's expression became extremely solemn. Even a hint of alarm flickered in her eyes. An unopened abyssal entrance, and its amplification level had already reached level 8.
One could only imagine how terrifying it would be once abyssal creatures emerged from it.
This abyssal entrance west of Xia City was not the largest abyssal entrance of this abyssal descent. The true horror, no one in Xia City had even discovered.
Immediately after,
Chu Qingyu slowly raised her head, her pupils reflecting a pitch blackness.
And all around,
the other awakened also seemed to realize something, slowly raising their heads to gaze towards the sky.
That was the sky directly above Xia City.
But at this moment, a dense, pitch-black mass had already emerged from the overcast clouds.
Earlier,
when the abyssal descent occurred, the entire Xia City had already been enveloped by dense dark clouds. At night, one couldn't see the starry sky, and during the day, it was difficult to see the sun.
But who could have predicted it?
This was not, as people had previously thought, merely an effect of the abyss entrances all around the city. Instead, there was a single, largest abyss entrance, right in the sky above Summer City.
Now,
the entire Summer City, all awakened ones, could see the alert that this abyss entrance was about to open.
Xia City Lord's Mansion.
City Lord Xia Yang and the high-level awakened ones on standby in the city also had their expressions drastically change at this moment.
A level 8 abyss entrance.
The abyss entrance encountered by the cities previously annihilated by the abyssal descent seemed to be level 8.
But right now, the abyss entrance above our heads isn't even ready to open yet. Does this mean the abyss amplification level will increase even further?
The level of abyss amplification was not simply equivalent to increasing the level of abyssal creatures by 1.
Because abyssal creatures themselves don't have a level in that sense. They are completely different from the common monsters found in the world. Each level of amplification will improve various attributes of abyssal creatures to a certain extent. And at level 8 amplification, even common abyssal creatures like abyssal hellhounds could probably unleash strength equivalent to a field boss. Not to mention, along with the abyssal descent, real bosses often appear in various abyss entrances. Only a little over an hour left. Xia Yang's face was grim to the extreme. The current situation was beyond what he, as city lord, could resolve.
Everyone, tell all available personnel to evacuate everyone in the city as much as possible.
Especially the students in all schools and the new awakened ones. We might have to
preserve the last spark of hope for Summer City.
Inside the abyss,
Lin Shi directly unleashed his abyssal domain skill, enveloping the surroundings, including all abyssal creatures in the surrounding area. The giant flaming hammer in his hand swept across, stirring up a violent firestorm within the abyssal interior where dark mist surged.
1750. 1908. 2370. Damage numbers continuously floated around Lin Chi. He had only just stepped inside this abyss. But the sight he witnessed here was completely different from last time.
It was filled with dense swarms of abyssal creatures, rushing towards him like surging tides.
Now this is what the inside of an abyss should be like.
Lin Chi grinned.
Although these abyss entrances were all distributed around Summer City. However, each abyss entrance led to a different area within the abyss. Furthermore, each year's abyssal descent would also randomly appear in multiple areas. The abyss is a world. But even so, it wasn't long. The area around Lin Chi quickly became empty. There were many abyssal creatures, and the abyssal amplification level was high. But that didn't matter when he could one-shot them. He only used skills to increase the efficiency of farming monsters. Lin Chi even took a moment to check his experience points. He had only just stepped out of the abyss a short while ago. His experience bar had already increased significantly. I wonder if clearing out the inside of the abyss here will be enough to get me to level 20. Lin Chi pouted. Over this period, he had also realized a problem with the abyssal descent. The experience points given were still too little. Perhaps this was because abyssal creatures didn't have levels. But as long as I kill enough, I can still level up. Lin Chi quickly picked up the dropped equipment and items from all around and continued forward. There must be a boss inside this abyss as well. For the inside of the abyss, it's not the abyss descending, but me descending into the abyss. Not far away, a piece of equipment with a golden luster caught Xia Qi's attention. Abyssal bracer?
Another bracer. Lin Chi's mouth twitched. He wanted other pieces of the abyssal amplification set.
Do these abyssal creatures only wear bracers or something?
With a casual appraisal, the stats added by this bracer were even worse than the previous one.
Just refining materials. Lin Chi still happily put it away. He was now practically hoping that all the equipment that dropped would be of gold quality. After tidying these up, he continued forward, deeper into the abyss. Gradually, Lin Chi discovered the structure within this abyss. This seems to be a nest? Like a nest built by some kind of bird.
The ground he walked on was covered in the pitch-black dust of the abyss, but it was still discernible that it was constructed from countless biological bones. Lin Chi followed these bones, advancing further. Before long, he noticed that in the dark area ahead, clusters of deep blue flames were clearly burning.
Abyssal undead bird.
Each flame was a pure skeletal bird, entirely covered in a ghostly blue radiance.
Could this be a bone dragon's lair?
Lin Chi narrowed his eyes slightly. He had learned information about the abyss when he was in Xia City High School. And this place was very similar to the recorded bone dragon's lair. The surroundings were filled with monsters like abyssal undead birds. It would be interesting if I could encounter a bone dragon. Lin Chi grinned. Some of the dragons in this world have a habit of collecting treasures.
Like a bone dragon, it will also hide treasures in its territory.
Lin Chi speculated. If this was indeed a bone dragon's lair, then he should be able to find the bone dragon's treasure. He was full of motivation, immediately striding forward. The abyssal undead birds ahead clearly noticed his movement and flapped their wings, wreathed in ghostly blue flames, rapidly flying towards him. Each undead bird had a wingspan of over 2 meters. But as they approached Lin Chi, their speed rapidly decreased. Some were falling, while others let out wails.
Calamity proclamation.
Below, blood-red magic circle patterns spread across the black liquid, enveloping all the undead birds. Lin Chi didn't even bother swinging his great hammer. He simply walked towards the flock of undead birds. By the time he reached the location where the undead birds had been, only a few pieces of equipment remained on the ground. Lin Chi turned his head to look at the tall figure behind him and instructed, "Keep an eye out.
Pick up any equipment we miss and give it to me."
That was the abyssal guardian he had summoned. Inside the abyss at this moment, Lin Chi didn't expect it to be of much use. But Lin Chi's damage coverage was wide, so having a summoned creature to help pick up any missed items was quite good. Lin Chi had already ventured deeper into this abyss. He was now certain that this must be the nest of some abyssal creature. That meant the center of the nest should be the location of the abyssal boss. Roar!
Suddenly, a hoarse roar came from the center of the nest. Lin Chi's eyes immediately lit up. He distinctly saw a soaring, ghostly blue flame bloom in the center of the nest from afar, violently engulfing a black shadow before slowly receding. Boss. Abyssal Bone Dragon. Lin Chi remotely cast an appraisal, and the monster's information flashed by. It really is a bone dragon. A hint of joy surged in his heart. 2.5 years of study, it did not deceive me. He immediately quickened his pace, rushing towards the center of the nest. Bone dragons often signify extreme power. Lin Chi had also learned that a few years ago, when the abyss descended, a small city was destroyed by a bone dragon that crawled out of the abyss. The overwhelming advantage of high stats, coupled with the abyssal boost, made it impossible for the awakened ones in the small city behind to resist. It wasn't until later, after the abyss receded, that awakened ones from other guilds arrived and slayed that bone dragon. But Lin Chi didn't care about any of that. He wanted to test whether the current bone dragon, with an 8-level abyssal boost, could compare to him in terms of attributes and effectiveness. 2102. 2280. 2790. In front, abyssal creatures wandering the outer edges of the nest occasionally pounced on Xia Qi, then willingly offered materials and equipment. However, unlike many areas where monsters are distributed in the outside world, the closer one got to the center of the bone dragon's nest, the fewer abyssal creatures were distributed around. As for the increase in monster strength, it wasn't significant either. Upon second thought, it's quite normal. Monsters like the bone dragon wouldn't allow too many abyssal creatures to linger too close to their lair. The monsters roaming around the lair could at most be considered to have an ecological interdependence with the bone dragon. At this moment, the abyssal guard arrived beside Lin Chi, holding a piece of equipment firmly in a black-gloved hand. Lin Chi raised an eyebrow slightly, then cast an appraisal skill as soon as he took it. This was another component of the abyssal amplification set. Girdle of the Abyssal Gold. Category: Belt. Equipment requirement: Constitution over 600. Effect: Constitution plus 220, Spirit plus 220, Agility plus 220. Special effect: Abyssal Amplification grants level 2 Abyssal Amplification. Abyssal Amplification set 2-6, adding set components can increase equipment attributes and quality. Description: Equipment sunken in the abyss, completely corrupted and becoming part of the abyss. It is said that collecting the entire set can grant additional powerful strength. After equipping it, all attributes increased by 20 points, and the abyssal amplification effect also reached level 2. Judging from this, if I collect a full set, the abyssal amplification effect will be at least level 6. Lin Chi stretched his limbs. And if, after collecting the set, there's a quality improvement, then the abyssal amplification effect should experience a qualitative leap. The overall quality of this set can no longer be simply viewed as ordinary gold tier equipment. Having traveled this far, he was already not far from the center of the lair, and the surrounding abyssal creatures were becoming increasingly scarce. By the end, the air was filled with a putrid stench, almost forming a tangible substance. Lin Chi had no doubt that if an ordinary person were to inhale a breath, it would go straight to their head. But flames blazed around him, easily isolating this foul odor. And Lin Chi finally got a clear view of the bone dragon's figure. Abyssal Bone Dragon. A massive skeletal structure sprawled at the center of the lair. Its skull alone was already more than 1 person tall. A pair of dragon wings was not unfurled, yet the skeleton was still astonishingly large, exuding a fearsome might under the burning azure flames. There were no other abyssal creatures here. Only this bone dragon slowly lifted its head, flames condensing in its eye sockets, emitting an exceptionally bright glow, carrying an unspeakable sense of oppression. Its gaze suddenly fell upon Lin Chi. Roar! A roaring sound echoed throughout the area, and invisible sound waves stirred up rolling dust, surging towards Lin Chi. Bang! But what greeted it was a hammer that Lin Chi suddenly smashed over. Who are you trying to scare? The great hammer in Lin Chi's hand was also wreathed in fierce flames, forming a stark contrast with the azure flames on the bone dragon.
The flaming giant hammer struck the abyssal bone dragon's head. Instantly, flames mixing azure and fiery red burst forth, stirring up a storm of fire. The massive body of the abyssal bone dragon was sent flying backward as well, crashing heavily into the lair, causing the entire lair to tremble violently. No health bar. Lin Shi gazed at the scene before him, narrowing his eyes slightly. As a boss within the abyss, this abyssal bone dragon clearly possessed some unique characteristics. One hammer blow hadn't been enough to eliminate it. Speaking of which, earlier inside the abyss, he had encountered similar situations with the Sky Temple Saintess and the old evil demon bosses. The abyss itself cannot be judged by common sense, especially before an abyssal boss enters the outside world. This uniqueness will always persist within the abyss. However, his hammer blow had clearly caused severe damage to the abyssal bone dragon. Its skull cap had been blown off. Its entire head was completely smashed to pieces. Several fully opened fissures even spread towards its neck. The abyssal bone dragon thrashed for a moment, finally scrambling to its feet, spreading its wings, and flying into the air. Shattered bones rapidly recondensed. It opened its cracked maw, seemingly attempting to let out another roar. But it was clearly too badly damaged to let out another cry. Lin Shi weighed the abyssal ruin hammer in his hand, simultaneously assessing the condition of this abyssal bone dragon. This might mean attacking only the physical body of this bone dragon might not cause significant damage. Instead, the place where it truly takes damage is at least not its head. But that's not a big problem. If one hammer blow isn't enough, then a few more will do the trick. Lin Shi didn't mind demolishing this entire lair. However, Lin Shi did notice a glowing blue flame surging in the abyssal bone dragon's abdomen. Immediately after, the blue flame extended from its abdomen to its neck, then to its mouth, and suddenly surged out towards Lin Shi. Scorching dragon's breath. This blast of fire was easily dodged by Lin Shi, landing on the lair. It effortlessly burned a large hole into the lair, which was constructed from bones. But the bone dragon's action still did not cease. It flapped its wings, soaring through the air, and spread a line of glowing blue flames across the ground. It literally split the battlefield in two. Cutting off my movement? Lin Shi raised an eyebrow. This bone dragon clearly possessed some intelligence. At this moment, it was flying high in the sky, dealing with him solely by spewing dragon's breath from its mouth. This really highlights the utility of ranged or flying skills. Lin Shi smacked his lips. After all, he was just a blacksmith. On the surface, there didn't seem to be a good way to deal with a monster like this that kept flying high in the sky. After a moment's thought, Lin Shi suddenly leaped from the ground, and the abyssal ruin hammer in his hand was abruptly hurled through the flames. Whoosh! A whistling sound echoed, and the trajectory of the abyssal ruin hammer's flight was almost invisible to the naked eye. The next moment, bang! A crashing sound suddenly reverberated around the abyssal bone dragon. Its body, which had been flying high in the sky, also shook violently, swaying precariously as it plummeted towards the ground. And the dragon's wing on one side of its body was broken by the impact of the abyssal ruin hammer, slowly falling to the ground. Who says a blacksmith can't perform ranged attacks? Lin Shi grinned. His movements were swift. He picked up the abyssal ruin hammer and charged towards the fallen bone dragon to smash it. First, dismantle the bone dragon. If I can't find its core, then I'll dismantle its nest. Whoosh! The bone dragon, even after falling, still spewed pale blue flames, scorching everything around. But Lin Shi's hammer had already smashed into it. This time, it completely pulverized the upper half of the bone dragon's body. Abyssal shatter. Lin Shi unleashed a skill. The shattered bones scattered in all directions, leaving the pale blue flames nowhere to vent. They erupted on the bone dragon's surface, also blasting its remaining bones apart. Meanwhile, at the center of the nest, another mass of pale blue flames rose. This caused the scattered bones to rapidly coalesce, attempting to reconstruct the form of the abyssal bone dragon. Is that the abyssal bone dragon's true body? After all, Lin Shi didn't know much about abyssal bone dragons previously. This was his first encounter with such a unique monster. Next time he met one, he'd know how to finish it off with a single hammer blow. He immediately charged forward, raising the abyss ruin hammer high and smashing it violently into the pale blue flames that were coalescing the bones. Boom! This time, within the pale blue flames, the faint shadow of a giant dragon struggled violently, seemingly trying to evade the hammer's impact. However, the abyss ruin hammer descended. The mass of pale blue flames completely dispersed. You have slain the abyssal bone dragon. Level +1. You have obtained the trait, Suweren's Fire Red. At the same time, a series of prompts instantly appeared before Lin Shi. As before, killing a boss within the abyss did not grant experience points, but his level instantly increased by 1. He leveled up to 20, again gaining a new red trait. Lin Shi glanced around, his gaze quickly falling on the panel. Current trait, Suweren's Fire. Effect, can absorb and become immune to all encountered flames, converting them for personal use. The trait's effect was very simple. But Lin Shi was stunned for a long moment before slowly uttering, Blaze. Blaze art? This effect made him recall web novels he had read before transmigrating. But this trait was utterly outrageous. Complete immunity to all flames. Moreover, it could even absorb them. His original forging skill gave Lin Shi immunity to ordinary flame damage. However, there wasn't only one type of fire in this world. Such as the pale blue flames spat out by the abyssal bone dragon just now. Or the fire elemental professions of some awakened individuals after class change, which could also cast different types of flames. But now, Lin Shi could directly declare that in his presence, any fire elemental profession was useless. Complete immunity, how could that be overcome? More importantly, with this trait, he could also absorb flames. Lin Shi immediately walked to the side, reaching out to touch the faint blue flame, still burning, left behind by the abyssal bone dragon. Absorb! Instantly, the flame in Lin Shi's hand was tinged with a faint blue. This was precisely the abyssal bone dragon's flame. He was well aware of the destructive power of this dragon flame. Its scorching heat alone was capable of burning through the bone dragon's lair. Even the blacksmith's primary profession's initial calcination skill underwent a change. A new line of text appeared in the effect description, proficient in flames, including the abyssal bone dragon's flame. This thing would be excellent for forging. Lin Shi couldn't help but exclaim. After tidying these up, Lin Shi's gaze then fell upon the items dropped by the abyssal bone dragon. Bone Dragon Sai Legendary. Category, Necklace. Equipment requirement, Spirit over 1000. Effect, all attributes increased by 10%. Special effect, Bone Dragon Reshaping passive skill, automatically blocks when receiving fatal damage, increases 5% HP recovery per second, lasts for 5 seconds. Description: the last sigh uttered by a powerful dragon as it succumbed to abyssal corruption and degenerated into a bone dragon, containing its unwillingness. Lin Shi picked up this necklace-shaped equipment and casually cast an appraisal skill on it. The pendant of this necklace resembled a dragon's eye, threaded with lines formed by faint blue flames, looking quite extraordinary. A legendary piece of equipment. Lin Shi was very pleased. As a powerful boss from the depths of the abyss, even Lin Shi, without understanding its mechanics, spent several hammer blows to eliminate it. If it didn't drop a legendary quality equipment, it would be unthinkable. Besides this equipment, Lin Shi also found several golden quality pieces of equipment. Abyssal Armor Golden. Category, Upper Body. Abyssal Boots. Category, Boots. 2 more pieces of the abyssal set were collected. The attributes of the 4 pieces of equipment were further enhanced, and the abyssal amplification level also rose to level 4. Still missing pants and a hat. Lin Shi put on these pieces of equipment and moved around slightly. Although he didn't think much of the stat bonuses from these pieces of equipment, they just happened to complete the equipment for all his slots. If I can collect them all, I'll consecrate each one later. Lin Shi didn't insist on it. He glanced at the spot again, then pouted. Just these few pieces of equipment? Didn't they say dragons in this world always hid treasures? Where was the treasure? The bone dragon Sai necklace could be said to be something inherent to the abyssal bone dragon itself, while the abyssal amplification set pieces were probably worn by prey that this bone dragon had consumed before. These shouldn't be considered the bone dragon's treasures. Lin Chi immediately started searching the nest. Soon. And in the center of the nest, he discovered a cave hidden by deep blue flames. There truly is a hidden spot. Lin Chi's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped in.